Chapter 605. Inside Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, Yang Kai closed his eyes and absorbed the remnant energy left behind by the Spider Mother to enhance his own strength and comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao. Suddenly smelling a delicate fragrance at the tip of his nose, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and found that Bai Luo, this little girl, was actually half kneeling in front of him, a strange light flashing across her pair of beautiful eyes as she curiously stared at him. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai asked somewhat vigilantly. This little girl had always been hostile towards him, but now she was suddenly looking at him with such a worshipful attitude. Yang Kai was somewhat uncomfortable. "I just realized you're quite amazing," Bai Luo chirped. "How did you kill the Spider Mother all by yourself?" "It was a 7th order monster beast. My master also said that even if she used all of her strength, she probably wouldn't be able to kill it. The Thunderbolt Beast King and the Spider Mother only had a cooperative relationship and had never been able to subdue it. Tell me, what kind of method did you use to even retrieve its monster core?" It seemed that after Yang Kai had rescued Shanqing Luo, Bai Luo's ill feelings towards Yang Kai had suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai frowned but didn't answer, instead asking, "How is your master doing now?" "Everything is fine. Although the Poison Widow's physique is still there, the poison in her body seems to have been removed." Bai Luo smiled charmingly, causing Yang Kai's eyes to light up. Bai Luo was an enchanting woman. This was probably because she had spent so much time with Shanqing Luo. Coupled with the fact that she also cultivated a bewitching secret art, it could be said that even if her charm wasn't comparable to Shanqing Luo's, it was still not something an ordinary woman could possess. "Master is currently working hard to break through her bottleneck. I'm afraid that after she comes out of seclusion, her strength will have taken another step forward." "That's good," Yang Kai relaxed. "The matter between me and her can be considered resolved." Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai nodded. "Good, since she's in retreat, I won't wait for her. I have to hurry back to the central capital and see what's going on. When she comes out, help me tell her." "You can't go." Bai Luo suddenly rushed up and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. Yang Kai stared at her blankly. "Why would I stay? There's no need for me here." "In any case, you can't go, master. When she comes out of seclusion, the first person she wants to see will definitely be you. If you leave, she'll be sad." "Can't you stop being so, Bai Luo?" Bai Luo's mind. Luo Bai Luo's Luo Bai's Bai Luo. Bai Luo's face blushed slightly as she suddenly stood up with a firm expression, her tender body trembling slightly as her clothes were torn to shreds, instantly revealing her perfect snow-white figure to Yang Kai's eyes. It was as if she was an exquisite piece of jade that glowed with a strange luster, causing his heart to skip a beat. Her snow-white elastic twin peaks proudly stood tall and straight, dazzling anyone who saw them. Her flat abdomen without the slightest trace of excess fat, her long slender legs that made one's imagination run wild. Even though they were pressed together shyly, they couldn't conceal the intoxicating fragrance that wafted from her body. She stood in front of Yang Kai like this, completely naked. Her curves were enough to make any man's blood boil. She was as exquisite as a work of art, causing anyone who saw her to feel an impulse to ravage her. Bai Luo's pretty face was flushed red, her delicate neck glowing red as she gently bit her lip, not daring to look straight into Yang Kai's eyes. "Am I beautiful?" Bai Luo's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Yang Kai's expression shook as a trace of surprise flashed across his face, his somewhat impatient expression quickly being replaced by a burning light. However, after a moment his eyes regained their clarity and a strange smile appeared on his face. "Don't you like women? Isn't this situation a bit strange? Why are you acting all lovey-dovey towards me?" Bai Luo said somewhat awkwardly, "Oh, men are actually not bad. I like both men and women." Yang Kai's face went black. Enough. Bai Luo suddenly curled her lips. "Master said that in her current state she can't serve you, so she asked me to take her place. Firstly, it's to relieve your boredom, and secondly, it's to thank you for everything you've done for her. When Master comes out of seclusion, she'll personally do it." As she spoke, there was no longer any trace of bashfulness from before. Instead, she boldly pushed Kai Yang down and sat on top of him, giggling as she licked her red lips with her fingers, putting on an extremely lewd appearance. How do you want to play? Today, I'll let you do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled Bai Luo off of him, grabbing the bedding on the bed and covering her with it before walking away without saying a word. Bai Luo was dumbfounded as she stared blankly at Yang Kai. Last time, when he was a guest at Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, she clearly didn't want to do such a thing, but he had still forced her to eat something. This time, when she took the initiative to seduce him, he actually remained indifferent? Was he even a man? I'm not in the mood. Yang Kai shook his head gently. Su Yen had been taken to that strange territory by Meng Wuya, so he didn't know what the situation was like there. There were simply too many things he had to deal with, so Yang Kai really didn't have the mood to flirt with other women, especially Bai Luo. Her tastes were strange and couldn't be reasoned with, so if he really got entangled with her, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to get rid of her. Dragon Lady? Yang Kai whispered again. Shan Qingluo's voice quickly sounded in his mind. You little bastard, when did you become so serious? Her divine sense had been paying close attention to the situation here, so how could Yang Kai not notice? I've always been serious. Yang Kai snorted. Shan Qingluo giggled, obviously not trusting him. After a while, Shan Qingluo sighed faintly. Are you going to leave? Yang Kai nodded gently. Let's go. After I come out of seclusion, I'll definitely find you. I'm afraid you won't be able to find me. The place I want to go is not in this world. Shan Qingluo asked, a higher world? You know about it? Yang Kai was surprised. I've heard Yang Bai mention it a bit, but I don't know much about it. However, you have my soul-chasing seal in your body, so even if you go to the ends of the world, I'll still be able to find you. Shan Qingluo smiled proudly. Yang Kai grinned. If you can find me, come and look for me. I'll be going now. Take care of yourself. Saying so, he glanced over at Bai Luo, who was lying on the bed, and flicked his finger, transforming it into a long whip and whipping it across her perky buttocks. Bai Luo let out a soft cry, her face suddenly flushing red with excitement. Yang Kai laughed heartily before leaping out the window and disappearing a moment later. Bai Luo slowly got up, wrapped herself in a bedsheet, and leaned against the window, staring in the direction Yang Kai disappeared, muttering to herself, Master, is it really okay to just let him go like this? You took the initiative to seduce him, but he couldn't even stay for a moment, so there must be something more important in his heart. That little bastard, although he looks lustful, in fact, a woman's body is just a form of entertainment for him. A body alone won't be able to keep him. In his heart, I have a place, but my weight isn't that important. Once I have enough weight in his heart, he'll be willing to do anything for me. Love, it's really troublesome. Bai Luo snorted. He seems to have left something behind. It should be for you. Take a look for yourself, Shan Qingluo said before calming herself down and returning to her secluded retreat. Hearing this, Bai Luo was stunned for a moment before turning her head to look around and suddenly finding a bottle of water beside her bed. Picking it up, her heart filled with confusion. Central Capital. Most of the Central Capital was still in ruins. Although the cultivator from all over the world had rushed here to help with the reconstruction because of the rich world energy aura, this work would still take at least a dozen years before the Central Capital could be restored to its former glory. The masters of the 8 great families were all involved in the reconstruction work. The 8 young patriarchs, under the cooperation of the older generation of masters, were in charge, and everything was in good order. Qiu Yimeng was also busy, her hair wrapped in a silk cloth, making her look like a beautiful village girl. Patriarch, you don't need to do it yourself, just watch from the sidelines. If something bad happens to such delicate skin, what would we do? An old woman from the Qiu family tried to persuade Qiu Yimeng, who was helping out. Qiu Yimeng smiled and shook her head. It's fine, I'm bored anyway. If I don't do anything, I'll always have some strange ideas popping up in my head. Is Patriarch thinking about that little brat from the Yang family again? The old woman snorted and suddenly sighed. Dying at such a young age, the heavens are truly jealous. Grandma. Qiu Yimeng's face showed a trace of rebuke as she affirmed, he's not dead. The old woman opened her mouth, wanting to persuade but not knowing what to say. More than half a year had passed and the whereabouts of that little brat from the Yang family were still unknown. If he was still alive, he should have appeared long ago. 90% of the people believed that he was dead. Only the young people from Yang Kai's house firmly believed that Yang Kai was still alive, but they didn't know where he had gone. It was good to be young, to be able to trust someone without any hesitation. The old woman sighed. Suddenly, a crisp eagle cry rang out from the sky, mixed with a hint of surprise. Hearing this eagle cry, Chiu Yimeng looked up and saw the golden feather eagle hovering in the sky suddenly fly out of the central capital, transforming into a golden light and disappearing. In order to find Yang Kai, naturally, the Yang family's golden feather eagle had also been used. However, even after half a year of searching, more than a dozen golden feather eagles had found nothing. Only the golden feather eagle of Yang Kai's house, which had been hovering over the central capital since Yang Kai's disappearance until today, did something else. What happened to that eagle? The old woman from the Chiu family was slightly surprised. Chiu Yimeng stood in place for a moment before her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and her expression became excited. "He's back! He's back!" Saying so, her tender body flickered and she chased after the golden feather eagle. Is he really not dead? The old woman was also shocked, releasing her divine sense but unable to detect any special aura. 30 kilometers away, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at the golden light flying towards him from the central capital, chuckled, and flew towards it. Chapter 606. A moment later, the figure of the golden feather eagle came into view. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and the golden feather eagle happily landed on his shoulder, stroking Yang Kai's hair affectionately. "Your sense of smell is quite keen." Yang Kai patted its head. He hadn't expected that when he returned to the central capital, the first one to greet him would be this eagle. Following behind the eagle was a beautiful figure. Chiu Yimeng pushed her speed to the limit and arrived in front of Yang Kai almost at the same time as the eagle. "Long time no see." Yang Kai greeted her with a smile. Chiu Yimeng's expression was one of excitement, fear, worry, all kinds of emotions. She stopped 10 meters in front of Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes glittering with tears as she stared at him foolishly. She didn't dare to approach, as if she was afraid this was just an illusion and that once she did, it would shatter. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai smiled. Chiu Yimeng took a deep breath and suddenly stepped towards him. When she got close, her pretty face flashed a fierce light as she grabbed Yang Kai's arm and bit down hard on it. She looked up at Yang Kai, her teary eyes filled with grievance, and gradually, her teeth no longer clenched so hard and she began sobbing. Kai Yang sighed. "You're acting so sad and solemn right from the start. It's not like I bullied you. I thought you were really dead these past 6 months. Where have you been?" Chiu Yimeng finally couldn't bear it anymore and burst into tears, venting the worries that had accumulated in her heart over the past 6 months. Her tender body slowly crouched down, her shoulders trembling, a helpless and pitiful look on her face. Yang Kai's mood suddenly became a bit complicated. After waiting for a while, when she finished venting, he reached out and pulled her up. Chiu Yimeng wiped the corners of her eyes with her small hands, choking with sobs, her pretty face blushing slightly as she looked somewhat embarrassed. "This is the first time I've seen you cry." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "You look like a completely different person. It's very interesting." "Oomph." Chiu Yimeng glared fiercely at Yang Kai as she burst into laughter. Taking a deep breath and calming her mood, Chiu Yimeng regained her usual calm demeanor, but when she saw Yang Kai's teasing smile again, she couldn't help kicking Yang Kai, coldly snorting before turning around and walking towards the central capital. A happy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yang Kai scratched his head and thought to himself that no matter how outstanding and smart a woman was, there were times when she was vulnerable. It seemed that the movement of the golden feather eagle had alarmed the busy people in the central capital. Before Yang Kai could return to the central capital, a large group of people had already flown over. From a distance, horse stars cried out in tears, young Master Kai, you really didn't die." I already said that good people don't live long. A scourge lives for 1,000 years. Yang Kai's face went black. Behind Huastar's were Dong Qinghan and his sister, the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace, Luo Xiaoman from Purple Fern Valley, Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu from Reflecting Moon Sect, Zhua Fong from Pure Heart Palace, Chu Jingshan from Soaring Feather Pavilion, the Hu sisters from Blood Battle Gang, Fang Ziki from Storm Hall, Tao Yang from Treasure Instrument Sect. Almost all of the young leaders of the house had arrived, all of them wearing excited expressions as they greeted Yang Kai. With smiles, these people quickly flew over to Yang Kai, Huastar's even giving Yang Kai a big bear hug. Young Master Kai, you're finally back, we missed you so much. Huastar's breathed a heavy sigh of relief and said sincerely. Yang Kai's heart stirred slightly as he pushed Huastar's away and nodded, I missed you too. Come, let me give you a hug, I want to see how you've grown these past few days. Shameless. 10,000 Flower Palace's Han Shaoqi blushed and couldn't help cursing. Laughing loudly, Yang Kai glanced over at Luo Xiaoman and nodded wretchedly. Xiaoman's body has grown, your breasts have also become bigger. How could that be? Luo Xiaoman blushed, feeling wronged. Don't act like a rogue, let's go back first. Qiu Yimeng glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai, who had been missing for half a year, had suddenly returned to the central capital. The 13 blood warriors in the house, as well as the other young patriarchs and elders of the 8 great families, were all shocked and quickly rushed over to meet him. In the Yang family's main hall, 4th Master Yang and his wife both burst into tears, Dong Suju tightly grasping Yang Kai's hand, seemingly afraid he would suddenly disappear again. Inside the hall, hundreds of people from the 8 great families and Yang Kai's house had gathered. These people all stared curiously at Yang Kai, wanting to know where he had been for the past 6 months, why hadn't he appeared yet, and what had happened to him in the central capital half a year ago. Why had so many people disappeared, and why was it that only Yang Kai had appeared now? All kinds of doubts were swirling in everyone's hearts. 9th brother. Yang Zhao suddenly stood up. Since you've returned safely, the position of Yang family patriarch. Yang Kai raised his hand and interrupted his words, smiling. 2nd brother, my ambitions lie elsewhere. The position of patriarch of the Yang family is more suitable for you. Yang Zhao slowly shook his head. In the inheritance war, I suffered a crushing defeat. What qualifications do I have to be the patriarch of the Yang family? Yang Kai nodded. 2nd brother is too modest, your means and ability are obvious to all, the inheritance war doesn't prove anything. But, let me finish. Yang Zhao nodded slightly. After a while, I'll be leaving here, so it's impossible for me to stay and be the patriarch of the Yang family. Yang Kai said slowly. Dong Suju's tender body trembled, and she couldn't help grabbing Yang Kai's hand tightly, asking softly, where are you going? Yang Kai pointed his finger to the sky, to a higher world. Inside the hall, everyone was at a loss. Let's put it this way, the world we know is not the only one. There are also some places we have never heard of, just like how we never knew before. The above immortal ascension boundary is called the Transcendent Realm. Many people suddenly showed a look of interest. Demon Lord Yang Bai led the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land to invade the central capital. His purpose is the same as mine, to go to a higher world. What does this have to do with invading the central capital? Dong Qinghan was confused. Underneath the central capital, there is an earth vein, and inside that earth vein, there is a door. Through that door, one can reach a higher world. Yang Bai's real purpose is this. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Half a year ago, Yang Bai massacred and used the blood sacrifice method to open up the earth vein and find that door. The 8 old patriarchs went to stop him. Old Demon and I also chased after him. Treasurer Meng and his disciple, as well as senior sister Su, were also underground. After a fierce battle, Treasurer Meng killed Yang Bai, but before he died, Yang Bai tried to destroy that door in order to cause a change that would lead to him perishing together with us. Everyone couldn't help holding their breath as they listened attentively. What Yang Kai was saying now was exactly what they had been puzzling about for a long time. What exactly happened underground half a year ago? That door was destroyed, And at the critical moment, Treasurer Meng took his disciple and senior sister Su through that door and safely arrived at the higher world. Meng Wuya had sent him some information at the last moment before the void tunnel collapsed, and it was through this information that Yang Kai learned they had safely passed through the void tunnel. However, I was a step too late and was eventually transported to the endless sea by the force of the void, where I remained for half a year. Everyone suddenly understood what was going on, understanding what they had been unable to figure out. The battle underground half a year ago was actually so dangerous and mysterious. What happened to the 8 old patriarchs? Someone asked nervously. They should have fallen. Yang Kai's expression also became somewhat sad. Their movements were slower than mine. I was transported away by the collapse of the void while they were impacted by the eruption of the earth vein. They probably didn't survive and are now buried underground. This is a great loss to the 8 great families. Many people suddenly felt sad. It's good that you survived. Ling Tai Su nodded gently. We all thought that all of you had died. Now that we know some of you are still alive, it's not too bad news. Since Meng Wuya was safe, Ling Tai Su was also happy for him. The hall fell silent, and after a while, Chiu Yimeng asked, Yang Kai, you said you wanted to go to that world. Do you know what it's like? I know a little, but I'm not too sure. Yang Kai shook his head, a smile appearing on his face as he cast his eyes towards a remote corner of the hall, saying meaningfully, although I don't know, there are some people who do. Shui Ling, what do you think? In a remote corner, Shui Ling, with her light blue hair, seemed somewhat out of tune with the people around her, was leaning against a wall, idly munching on nuts. When she saw Yang Kai cast his gaze towards her, Shui Ling couldn't help curling her lips in disdain. If I'm not wrong, you should be from that world, right? The same as Treasurer Meng and the old demon. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned toward Shui Ling. What does that have to do with me? Why are you all looking at me like that? Shui Ling was somewhat unhappy. She was annoyed that during the battle half a year ago, she hadn't been by Meng Wuya's side. If she had, she would have been able to return safely and wouldn't have had to stay here any longer. I want to know what the other world is like. Yang Kai asked solemnly. What is it? Shui Ling frowned. If you want me to say it, I won't be able to explain it clearly. After hesitating for a moment, Shui Ling said, for example, don't you have some super families, first, second, and third class sects here? Yang Kai nodded, motioning for her to continue. Comparing the forces here to ours, the central capital's 8 great families can only be considered a second-class force at best. Everyone paled upon hearing this. Yang Kai thoughtfully asked, then what about your water spirit temple? It's barely considered a first-class force. Yang Kai took a deep breath and found that he had still somewhat underestimated the complexity of the other world. However, such a stark contrast made him yearn for the world of the upper echelons even more. Chapter 607. The current world energy in the central capital is barely passable, but over there is such rich world energy everywhere. The places where the great forces are entrenched have world energy that is more than 10 times richer than the central capital. There are also many blessed lands and holy lands. The central capital simply can't compare to those places. Shui Ling said casually, but this made everyone realize just how terrifying that world was. At the same time, everyone's eyes became slightly red. The current rich world energy aura of the central capital was a cultivation paradise they had long yearned for. However, Shui Ling had said that over there was no place worse than the central capital at this moment, perhaps even better, so how could they not yearn for such a place? With abundant world energy, it meant that a cultivator would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort and rapidly improve their strength and cultivation. This kind of geographical advantage had always been the goal of many cultivators. Yang Kai nodded slightly, finally understanding why Shui Ling wasn't much older than him, but her cultivation had already reached the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage half a year ago. Now, she had already reached the peak immortal ascension boundary, only one step away from breaking through to the transcendent realm. This kind of cultivation at such a young age was truly terrifying. You now know that the above immortal ascension boundary is called the transcendent realm, But do you know what is above the transcendent realm? Shui Ling smiled lightly. I'd like to hear the details. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up as he humbly explained. Transcendence and Saint Realm. Above the transcendent realm is the Saint Realm. Shui Ling didn't keep them in suspense and directly explained. Over there, a force with a Saint Realm master is considered a top force. My water spirit temple only has one, so it can barely be considered a first-class force. Correspondingly, the grade of secret treasures and precious treasures is capped at profound grade here, but we have higher spirit grade and saint grade secret treasures and medicinal pills. Spirit grade and saint grade? Everyone was shocked. Shui Ling frowned. I don't know what's going on here, but there seems to be some kind of restriction that not only restricts the development of your cultivator, but also restricts the grade of artifacts and pills you can refine. Shui Ling was quite easy to talk to and didn't conceal anything about the situation of that world. Within the hall, everyone was asking questions at the same time. The more they knew, the more terrified they were of the higher-level world because everything there had already exceeded the scope of their understanding. After a long conversation, time passed by without anyone feeling bored, as if all of them had transformed into young scholars with a strong thirst for knowledge, absorbing unknown experiences and knowledge from Shui Ling. As the evening approached, everyone's mouths and tongues were dry, and Shui Ling's face was filled with impatience. She could handle 1 or 2 people's questions, but with over 100 people in the hall, each one asking a question was enough to make her feel like she was about to collapse. All right. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai stopped everyone from asking any more questions. Stop asking. The more you ask, the more hesitant you will be. Even so, you still want to go there? Ling Tai Su looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes. Yang Kai nodded heavily. We must go. Su Yan was still there, and so was Xian Ning Chong. No matter what, he had to find them. I support you. Ling Tai Su smiled. Men should be like this, they shouldn't be restricted to a small place. Many thanks, Grand Master. Since Ling Tai Su had already expressed his stance, Fourth Master Yang and his wife naturally couldn't say anything more. Although they were somewhat reluctant, this was Yang Kai's pursuit, so how could they stop him? I'll go explore the path first, perhaps later everyone will be able to go there. Yang Kai smiled lightly. I had Shui Ling tell you all this because I want you to know the gap between you and the outside world. After I leave, you can't relax, maybe one day I will come back and bring you back. When that time comes, your strength won't be enough. Naturally. Hua Star's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. If we didn't know about this then it would be fine, but now that we know, of course we can't relax. We all have the same head and 2 arms, so why should the people on the other side be stronger than us? Everyone nodded in agreement, their fighting spirit soaring. Soon, Yang Kai was the only one left in the hall. Looking at her curiously, Yang Kai didn't know why this woman had deliberately stayed behind to wait for him. When are you leaving? Shui Ling asked eagerly. What does that have to do with you? Yang Kai was stunned. Of course it has something to do with me. That otherworldly demon of yours said that one day, you will bring me back. Otherwise, why would I stay here and help you? Yang Kai was startled for a moment before suddenly smiling. Don't tell me you don't know the way back? Shui Ling smiled awkwardly and nodded gently. Yang Kai laughed. No wonder, I was wondering why you suddenly became so kind, so it was because of this. Do you know the way? Yang Kai didn't comment. In any case, I don't care, I'm following you. Follow me, it just so happens I'm lacking a guide. Yang Kai didn't refuse. Then when do we leave? Shui Ling asked excitedly. Although Yang Kai hadn't said anything, from his confident demeanor, it was obvious he knew the way back. It'll take some time, I have some things to deal with first. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, at most a month. Shui Ling nodded happily. Leaving the Yang family, Yang Kai walked all the way back to his mansion. Ling Tai Su had just told him that since Meng Wuya disappeared, no one had been able to activate the Heavenly Palace. Although it had always maintained a protective barrier around the mansion, with the exception of Ling Tai Su, no one else could enter or exit. As such, the entire mansion was now empty. The Heavenly Palace was a very powerful artifact, and since Yang Kai had decided to find Su Yen and the others, naturally he wanted to take this artifact away and return it to Meng Wuya. Arriving outside the mansion, Yang Kai happily walked inside. Just as he had guessed, the Heavenly Palace took the initiative to open a passage for him to pass through safely. This should be something set up by Meng Wuya. Only Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su could freely enter and exit the Heavenly Palace. Everyone else could only leave but not enter. If they wanted to enter from the outside, they would need to obtain Meng Wuya's permission. Inside the quiet mansion, Yang Kai spread his divine sense out and penetrated every corner of the mansion, carefully investigating the mysteries of the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace was only a small palm-sized palace, but after being filled with Yuan Qi, it could open a barrier around it. Now, Yang Kai wanted to find it. However, this wasn't an easy task. After searching for a long time, Yang Kai still couldn't find a clue. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. Although he wanted to take the Heavenly Palace back to Meng Wuya, he wouldn't force him. It could only be said that Treasurer Meng had been too careless and had accidentally lost this artifact. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai took out a fiery red jade core from the black book space and stared at it, a slight hesitation appearing on his face. This jade core wasn't too big, only about the size of a fist, and its shape was a bit strange. It seemed to be humanoid, and one could clearly see its facial features and limbs. This jade core was taken from the Yang crystal jade bed he had obtained from Lu Si. When Yang Kai was a guest in the Lu family, in exchange for a letter to Xiao Fu Sheng, he had obtained the Yang crystal jade bed he used to meditate. After absorbing the energy contained in the Yang crystal jade bed, all that was left was this jade core. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had said that this jade core had already given birth to a true spirit, and if it was given a few hundred years, it may break through the jade core and become a true life form. The true spirit in the jade was a legendary existence. Every true spirit would possess unparalleled combat strength after maturing. It was an existence that even transcendence would retreat from. Tang Yuxian had warned Yang Kai not to have any ideas about the jade true spirit, because it was extremely dangerous. But now, after Yang Kai learned about the vastness of the outside world from Xue Ling, he couldn't help but think about the jade true spirit. Although his immortal ascension boundary 6th stage cultivation wasn't low, it wasn't high either. There were many transcendents and even saints in the outside world. If he wanted to survive in this strange place, Yang Kai needed to have the strength to protect himself. Yang Kai didn't have any delusions about breaking through to the transcendent realm through this jade true spirit. That was simply too unrealistic. At the very least, before he left, he needed to become stronger so that he could face unknown dangers more calmly. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Kai's expressions suddenly became firm. Time and tide waited for no man. He needed to become strong as soon as possible in order to embark on the road to that foreign territory. Looking at the jade core in his hand, Yang Kai decided to take a gamble. With the protection of the Heavenly Palace, even if he failed, Yang Kai could still escape. Holding the jade core with both hands, Yang Kai began circulating his true Yang secret art and began absorbing the Yang Qi on the surface of the jade core. A steady stream of energy poured into Yang Kai's body. Even if it was just a small piece of jade core, the amount of energy stored inside was incredible. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he carefully sensed the Yang Qi flowing into his meridians, quickly saturating them. Asterisk drip, asterisk a drop of Yang liquid formed and fell into the dantian to store. Asterisk drip, drip, asterisk drop after drop, the sound from the depths of Yang Kai's soul rang out one after another. Yang Kai gladly endured this hardship, but his complexion also changed slightly. The amount of energy inside the jade core had somewhat exceeded his expectations. After absorbing for half a day, more than 200 drops of Yang liquid had been added to the dantian, and only then did the surface of the small piece of jade core disappear. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt a burning sensation on his hand, and at the same time, a terrifying and destructive aura suddenly descended. Yang Kai's complexion changed as he quickly looked at the jade core in his hand, only to see that the jade core had already turned into a liquid and was flowing out through the gaps between his fingers. Asterisk Yang Kai's hands were badly mangled. This kind of intense heat was something even he could not bear. Not daring to hesitate, he quickly retreated. When the liquid fell to the ground, a large ball of fire suddenly burst out, and an oppressive heat spread out in all directions, affecting Yang Kai's vision in an instant. After stabilizing his mind, Yang Kai's expression became dignified. In the place where he was originally meditating, there was now an orange human-shaped flame burning fiercely. Chapter 608. The incorporeal flame was burning fiercely. It had a ferocious and terrifying face, and its 4 limbs were complete. It was composed of pure flame essence. The intense heat swept through Yang Kai's mansion. Large swathes of houses were instantly reduced to ashes. The air was distorted. Yang Kai's expression was particularly dignified because he felt a destructive and brutal aura from the incorporeal flame. The Jade True Spirit already had some signs of life, but because Yang Kai had stripped it out of its jade core before it was fully developed, it only had the most primitive ability. That was to burn everything and come back with a big battle. A fire dragon-like attack rushed out of the Jade True Spirit's body. Its target was Yang Kai, who was standing at the side. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and its power was unimaginable. Yang Kai hurriedly dodged, but he was still grazed by the scorching heat on his arm. The skin on his arm was like the ground that had been dry for a long time, and cracks quickly appeared on it. Yang Kai could not help but groan in pain. When he looked at the Jade True Spirit again, his expression became more and more uncertain. He cultivated the true Yang tactics, and the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body was the purest Yang energy. Ordinary high temperatures could not do anything to him, but the temperature of the Jade True Spirit was something even he could not withstand. This kind of heat had already surpassed one's limit and was sublimated to another level. Without waiting for him to recover, the Jade True Spirit launched another attack. In the entire Yang Kai's mansion, only Yang Kai's aura was alive. The burning heat made the Jade True Spirit set Yang Kai as the target of destruction. Flames turned into fire dragons and rushed out of the Jade True Spirit's body. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Yang Kai and rushed towards him with lightning speed. Yang Kai's pupils suddenly widened. Because he was surrounded from all sides, he had no hope of escaping. The Yang inflammation wings, which had not been used for a long time, spread open on his back. The fiery red wings supported Yang Kai to rush out of the flames at a speed that was difficult for any human to achieve. Boom. A loud explosion rang out, and the entire mansion of Yang Kai was burned to the ground in an instant. All the houses were gone, and the ground was scorched. Within the range of the Sky Palace, countless red flames leaped and chased after Yang Kai. Sensing the movement here, the central capital's cultivator quickly rushed over. After seeing the situation in Yao Palace, Stars was dumbfounded. What's going on? Young Master Kai hasn't been back for half a year, so why is he making such a big fuss as soon as he comes back? Although they were protected by the isolation of the Sky Palace, preventing them from feeling any heat, the destructive aura emitted by the Jade True Spirit caused them to tremble all over. What is he doing? Qiu Yimeng asked anxiously, her beautiful eyes staring anxiously towards the interior. Although she couldn't see the situation inside, she could faintly sense that Yang Kai was moving around. The red flame-like world isolated them from any kind of investigation. After a while, the chaotic scene gradually became clear. Yang Kai floated quietly mid-air, his expression dignified as he stared down below. Below him, there was a giant flame that was twisting and burning, emitting a roar from its mouth. Heavens! Hua Xingchen was dumbfounded as he stared blankly at the pair of giant bird-like wings behind Yang Kai's back. Everyone was stunned. No one knew that Yang Kai actually had such a trump card. Since the beginning of the Inheritance War, he had never used the Yang inflammation wings. So beautiful! Luo Xiaoman couldn't help muttering to herself, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as she stared at the figure behind Yang Kai. Is that the Jade True Spirit? Tang Yuxian's beautiful face paled as she exclaimed. Tu Feng's expression was also extremely ugly as he stared at the giant flame. The two of them glanced at each other and suddenly understood what Yang Kai was dealing with. What is the Jade True Spirit? Qiu Yimeng asked eagerly. Tang Yuxian quickly told Qiu Yimeng about what happened in the Lu family. Listening to her, the Qiu family first young lady also recalled. At that time, when Yang Kai brought back Lu Si's Yang crystal jade bed, Qiu Yimeng had also seen it with her own eyes, but she didn't know that Yang Kai had obtained such a dangerous treasure from the Yang crystal jade bed. That's not something ordinary people can deal with. Tu Feng frowned. Even though he had now broken through to the transcendent realm, the Jade True Spirit still gave him a great deal of pressure despite being separated by the Sky Palace. If he really rushed in, Tu Feng estimated that he would be burned to death by this flame. The little lord seems to want to absorb the power of the Jade True Spirit to enhance his strength. Tang Yuxian bit her red lips, but that's too reckless. She blamed herself for not telling Yang Kai clearly at that time, causing Yang Kai to mistakenly think that with his current strength he had a chance of subduing the power of the Jade True Spirit. Can we help? Qiu Yimeng asked anxiously. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian slowly shook their heads. That kind of temperature is not something we can withstand. The little lord is safe inside because he cultivates the same secret art as the Jade True Spirit. Moreover, they couldn't enter the Sky Palace. Qiu Yimeng had completely forgotten this point due to her concern for the little lord. Hua Xing suddenly smiled and shook his head, his eyes flashing a profound light as he said meaningfully, after being with young Lord Kai for so long, how could you not understand his character? If he isn't sure about something, how could he possibly be so bold? Since he dares to do it, he must have a certain degree of certainty. All we need to do is watch. Hearing what he said, everyone's eyes couldn't help lighting up. That's right, Yang Kai had never been so reckless. He had always planned carefully before acting, and the facts often proved that his decisions were always correct. Worrying about him now was useless. It was better to believe that he had his own reasons for doing so. Qiu Yimeng was still a little uneasy. If he doesn't succeed, young Lord Kai will still escape. Didn't you see that he deliberately chose this location inside the Sky Palace? It must be to avoid causing too much damage to the central capital. Hua Xing said confidently. His analysis was clear and logical, making it impossible for anyone to refute him. Inside the Sky Palace, Yang Kai stared at the flames below and constantly used his divine sense to convey to it that it would submit to him. If he wanted to absorb the power of the Jade True Spirit, he would have to make it compromise. However, its brutal and destructive nature made the Jade True Spirit more and more irritable when faced with Yang Kai's appeasement and command. Clusters of scorching flames were born, covering every corner of the Sky Palace and blooming in the sky. Yang Kai coldly snorted and flapped his young inflammation wings, flying in and out of the flames and quickly arriving at a certain part of the mansion. This place was once Su Yan's location. However, after being destroyed by the Jade True Spirit, this place had been reduced to flat ground. Arriving here, Yang Kai came to a stop and stomped his foot, creating a large hole in the ground. He quickly flew inside and returned a moment later, holding a huge ice bed in his hands. Around this ice bed, traces of ice chi were visible to the naked eye. Su Yan's 10,000-year ice bed. Su Yan had always used this ice bed to cultivate, and after being taken to a foreign territory by Treasurer Meng, this ice bed had been left behind in the basement. Ice and fire had always been mutually antagonistic. Yang Kai had long intended to use this ice bed to deal with the high temperature of the Jade True Spirit. As if sensing the existence of its nemesis, the Jade True Spirit, which had remained indifferent until now, suddenly raised its head and stared at the ice bed with its ferocious eyes. A violent wave of heat surged forward, causing the ice bed to exude a frigid chill. As the heat and cold intertwined, a white mist erupted. Yang Kai remained unscathed. In this collision of ice and fire, he was nothing more than a spectator. With a loud roar, the flames of the Sky Palace were quickly taken back into the Jade True Spirit's body. In the next moment, it seemed to have transformed into a ferocious beast that had been trapped for 1,000 years, roaring furiously as it rushed towards Yang Kai, its facial features twisted and terrifying. Yang Kai took a deep breath as he stared at the Jade True Spirit rushing towards him. Not only did he not avoid it, but instead raised the ice bed to meet it head-on. Become the demon race. A dreamy murmur rang out, and a feeling of heaven collapsing and earth shattering entered everyone's heart. A rich demonic chi swept through the entire Sky Palace, filling the air with ice and fire at the same time, playing the order of destruction. Outside the Sky Palace, everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes, unable to see anything. All they could see were 3 different faces: crimson flames, lustrous white ice, and pitch-black demonic chi. The 3 faces merged together, causing the world inside the Sky Palace to become dazzling. It was obvious that the red flames had gained the absolute upper hand in an instant, suppressing the white and black lights to the point where they almost disappeared. Everyone couldn't help but clench their fists, secretly worried for Yang Kai. At the same time, they couldn't help but admire him. Putting themselves in his shoes, if they were faced with such a situation, they would probably run away immediately without any effort. However, Yang Kai persisted, and even though the black demonic chi was faintly discernible, it still did not dissipate. Gradually, the red light of the flames was no longer so strong, seemingly having been greatly reduced, and the white ice and black demonic chi gradually revealed themselves. A burst of cheers broke out, and everyone was overjoyed. The white and black lights became more and more intense, and with the combination of the 2, they were gradually able to compete with the red flames. At this moment, the situation was deadlocked, and there was no longer any change. Time flew by. The sun rose and the moon disappeared. One day after another passed. The situation inside the Sky Palace was still very anxious, and the aura of destruction had spread throughout the entire central capital, making it difficult to sleep or eat at night. However, the people in Yang Kai's house had been standing outside, observing, waiting for the moment when Yang Kai could safely come out. At a certain point, the white ice suddenly weakened a lot, and no one knew what had happened. At the same time, the red light of the flames also weakened a lot, and the black demonic chi became even more intense. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, knowing that at this moment, Yang Kai had completely grasped the initiative, and everyone was secretly looking forward to it, wondering what kind of changes would happen to Yang Kai when he came out of seclusion. Chapter 609. As the days passed, the strength of the 3 colors inside the Sky Palace began to clearly change with each passing moment. The dark demonic chi aura grew stronger and stronger, and the fiery red and white light gradually disappeared. Almost a month later, with a loud bang, the entire Sky Palace was flooded with black light, and the fiery red and white lights were annihilated in an instant. Immediately, the dark demonic chi rushed towards a certain source, as if a vortex had appeared and swallowed it all up. Gradually, Yang Kai's figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and the destructive aura that had been suppressing the central capital for an entire month finally dissipated. Qua. The Sky Palace that supported and enveloped Yang Kai's mansion also ran out of energy at this moment and collapsed. The grade of the Sky Palace was unknown, but since Meng Wuya left, it had been able to protect Yang Kai's mansion. Even after pouring in a large amount of energy into it, it had still been able to support itself until now, showing just how powerful it was. The small palace floated down from the sky and Yang Kai stretched out his hand and collected it. This was Meng Wuya's artifact. Yang Kai tried to sense it but found that he couldn't communicate with it, so he could only give up and put it into the black book space. Standing quietly in place and feeling the changes in his body, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile. Everyone in the mansion came forward, all of them looking towards Yang Kai with joy. "Young Lord Kai, it looks like you've gained a lot." Huastars laughed. Yang Kai gently nodded, "A little." The 13 blood warriors, on the other hand, wore puzzled expressions because they discovered that Yang Kai had spent an entire month absorbing the power of the Jade True Spirit, and although he had succeeded, his cultivation hadn't changed at all, still remaining at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage. This discovery made them somewhat confused. If his cultivation hadn't changed, then where had the power of the Jade True Spirit been absorbed by Yang Kai? That destructive and violent true yang energy should have allowed his cultivation to rise by at least 2 or 3 minor realms. However, Yang Kai didn't say so clearly, so they didn't ask. Sometimes, an increase in strength wasn't as simple as an increase in cultivation. Faintly, the 13 blood warriors couldn't help feeling a sense of oppression when facing Yang Kai at this moment. It was as if as long as Yang Kai wanted to, he could take their lives at any time and place. All of them shook their heads in confusion. After absorbing the power of the Jade True Spirit, the Sky Palace was also taken back, and Yang Kai's departure, all of his wishes. The only thing that made him feel regretful was that in the battle against the Jade True Spirit, Su Yan's ice jade bed had completely melted away. Ice 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 jade ice 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 yang kai. Yang Kai's yang kai yang, and yang. Shui Ling excitedly followed him, never leaving his side. With young Lord Kai leaving, I'm afraid that alien territory won't have any peace. Hua Xing sighed softly, seemingly having a premonition. As they flew through the air, Shui Ling was particularly excited. It had been almost 2 years since she had accidentally fallen into this world and was unable to find her way back. Now that she finally had hope of returning home, she was naturally happy, chattering happily the entire time about the situation in this alien world. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to her and just listened attentively, trying to grasp as much information as possible. Shui Ling didn't become annoyed and instead continued to talk, occasionally resting for a while before continuing. The speed of the two's journey wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. Along the way, Yang Kai experienced a variety of different cultures, relaxing his mind and filling his heart with anticipation for the future. 10 days later, Shui Ling still hadn't found her way home and finally couldn't help asking, "Where is this place?" "Heaven Wolf." "Heaven Wolf." Shui Ling pursed her lips. After living here for 2 years, she had naturally heard of the Tian Lang dynasty. It was a country next to the Great Han dynasty, where the people were tough and the land was barren. It was completely different from the Great Han dynasty. "No wonder these women are so shameless," Shui Ling muttered softly. Shui Ling muttered softly, her pair of beautiful eyes staring towards a group of women who were walking past. All of these women were wearing extremely revealing clothing, with only a single piece of cloth covering their upper bodies, revealing their deep cleavage, flat bellies, delicate navels, and delicate shoulders, all of which were exposed to the outside world. Their lower bodies were only covered in a pair of shorts, exposing their slender legs. When these women walked past, they even had charming smiles on their faces, constantly flirting with Yang Kai. "Why did we come here? Aren't we looking for the way to Tongxian Realm?" Shui Ling was puzzled. Tongxian Realm was the name of this foreign territory. It was a land rich in world energy, filled with countless sects and masters. "We're looking for a place to enter," Yang Kai explained casually before raising his hand and calling out, "Ladies, please wait a moment." The women heard this and stopped, one of them, who seemed to be the oldest, giggling as she glanced over at Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother, what do you want?" She wore an interesting expression on her face, seemingly examining Yang Kai's physique. Yang Kai didn't mind, from that Heaven Wolf Kingdom girl. He had already experienced the unrestrained nature of the Heaven Wolf Kingdom's women and knew that this was how they were. "I want to ask for directions. How do I get to Sun Luo Temple?" Yang Kai asked bluntly, not hiding anything. As soon as the statement came out, the faces of the women all changed, the older one even looking at Yang Kai warily, quickly asking, "You want to go to Sun Luo Temple?" Pausing for a moment, she asked, "Why do you want to go to Sun Luo Temple?" Yang Kai frowned, faintly realizing something, but still said to Yen Yu, "I need to find someone. I left some things with her." "Who are you looking for? What is it?" the young girl continued to ask. Yang Kai smiled. He was not familiar with this place and it was not easy for him to meet this group of young girls, so naturally he wanted to ask them for directions, but he hadn't expected that they would be so vigilant, as if he wanted to go to Sun Luo Temple to do something bad. He didn't want to pay attention to Heaven Wolf Kingdom's matters, nor did he want to pay attention to Sun Luo Temple's matters. Looking for Heaven Wolf Kingdom's ZMO was simply to retrieve the soul thread he had planted in her mind. After all, The old demon had said that leaving this thing in someone else's mind was dangerous to him, and once that person died, Yang Kai would also be harmed. After retrieving the soul thread, Yang Kai wanted ZMO to lead the way to one of Heaven Wolf Kingdom's restricted areas. This young girl's reaction was too intense, causing Yang Kai to become a little impatient. His expression suddenly changed, becoming ferocious and terrifying, revealing a mouthful of white fangs as he sneered, "There's no need to ask so many questions, just tell me the answer." Seeing his sudden change in attitude, the young girls couldn't help but take a step back and gather their strength, glaring at Yang Kai with ill intent, preparing to attack. Yang Kai lightly snorted, and a huge pressure descended from the sky, causing the young girls to suddenly feel as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs, incomparably heavy, their pretty faces flushed red as they began to pant for breath. The older girl's face was even paler, only now realizing the horror of Yang Kai, her small hands quietly making a gesture, as if she was about to scatter something. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stretched out his hand and a huge suction force emerged from his palm. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk a few small things were sucked up by Yang Kai from the ground. Soul-controlling insects? Yang Kai's expression became playful as he looked at the wriggling little insects in his palm, feeling a sense of familiarity. Back in that isolated world, the several cultivators of the Tianlang dynasty had used soul-controlling insects to control hundreds of monster beasts and the Great Han cultivator. ZMO also wanted to use this trick to deal with Yang Kai, but it had been easily resolved by him. Just now, the young girl had quietly scattered a few soul-controlling insects on the ground. Obviously, she wanted to imitate ZMO's method of controlling Yang Kai. But how could such a method succeed in front of Yang Kai? As soon as this sentence was shouted, the young girls' beautiful faces all paled, the older girl even crying out, "How do you know?" "Of course I know," Yang Kai smiled proudly. "Impossible, from the way you're dressed, you look like a cultivator from the Great Han dynasty. Soul-controlling insects are a secret of our Baijiao family. It's impossible for you to have seen them before." "Your Baijiao family's secret?" Yang Kai frowned, his white fangs becoming more and more terrifying. "What is your relationship with ZMO?" The young girl's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise as she exclaimed, "You know my senior sister?" "Senior sister?" Yang Kai was stunned. He had only asked casually. He never thought that this group of young girls would actually be related to ZMO. After all, ZMO had told him that they were just a branch of the Sanluo Temple. Their main purpose was to study and control insects. Just now, when he saw this young girl also use soul-controlling insects, Yang Kai felt that she should be related to ZMO, senior sister. Yang Kai's expression was a little strange. This was really a coincidence. "That's right, ZMO is our senior sister." "How do you know her?" the young girl asked. "Knowing her is knowing her," Yang Kai frowned. "Since you are ZMO's junior sisters, I'll return these soul-controlling insects to you." Saying so, he tossed the insects back to the young girl. The young girl reached out and caught them, looking at Yang Kai from head to toe, her pretty face filled with confusion. Although she was still somewhat vigilant, she was more afraid than ever. "Take me to see your senior sister. I have a matter to discuss with her," Yang Kai faintly said. The several young girls stared at him, hesitating for a long time before the eldest young girl gently nodded. Under the eaves, they had no choice but to lower their heads. They led the way in front, Yang Kai and ZMO following behind. From time to time, the several young girls would look back and whisper to each other, obviously not understanding how their senior sister knew the Great Han Dynasty's cultivator. Moreover, looking at his appearance, it seemed that he and their senior sister had some kind of entanglement. Is he here to seek revenge? The several young girls secretly guessed in their hearts and couldn't help being frightened. This young man seemed to be about the same age as them, but his cultivation was not something they could see through. It was really quite unfathomable. If he really was here to seek revenge, the young girls wouldn't be afraid. After all, Sanluo Temple had many powerful masters, so if he were to recklessly approach them, he would only be throwing himself into a trap. Thinking so, the several young girls calmed down, walking forward while casually asking Yang Kai questions, trying to get some information from him. Chapter 610. Facing the questioning of these young girls, Yang Kai maintained a cold expression and maintained his silence, pretending to be a powerful master. Shui Ling, on the other hand, was always curious about everything and soon became one with these girls, chattering nonstop. However, when they asked about Yang Kai, Shui Ling cleverly kept her mouth shut. Along the way, the young girls were disappointed to find that they hadn't been able to obtain any useful information. They still didn't know the purpose of this young man and woman going to Sanluo Temple, or what relationship they had with senior sister ZMO. After half an hour, Yang Kai's expression suddenly froze as he stared in a certain direction, a faint smile appearing on his face. He felt a sense of familiarity. It was the aura of his own soul. ZMO should be in that direction. The young girls were still walking slowly, not knowing what they were planning. Yang Kai was too lazy to entertain them, his figure leaping forward and rushing towards the source of the sensation. "Hey!" The young girls from Sanluo Temple were shocked and quickly called out, but Yang Kai had already disappeared. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai was floating in the air above a forest, looking down with a frown on his face, a strange expression on his face. Below him, the mountain range rose and fell, but there was no trace of any superforce. Instead, about 30 kilometers away, Yang Kai saw a series of magnificent buildings. Even from 30 kilometers away, Yang Kai could still sense the auras of many masters. That should be the Tianlang dynasty's Sanluo Temple. But why would ZMO be here? As far as the eye could see, there was no one here, so there should be another world inside the mountain range, Yang Kai thought to himself. Releasing his aura slightly, soon a tender voice called out from the mountain range, "What do you want? We've already left Sanluo Temple. Do you still want to kill us all? We're all from the same sect, after all." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he sneered, "You woman! Why are you so angry? If you don't ask what's right and wrong, what are you questioning?" "You are." The woman's voice trembled slightly, as if she was trying to recall the identity of the man. After a while, she exclaimed, "Bastard Yang Kai? You don't need to call me a bastard." Yang Kai's face darkened. "Hee hee." A string of bell-like laughter came from the belly of the mountain. Not long after, a huge rock suddenly moved to the side. A hole was revealed. A delicate figure flashed out of the cave. It was none other than ZMO. As always, she was dressed in a bold and unrestrained manner. Her beautiful skin was exposed to the air, arousing the imagination of those who saw her. Her face was filled with joy as she stared at Yang Kai floating in the air, seemingly having never imagined that after so many years, she would actually be able to see him again. She lightly curled her lips and said, "You bastard! What are you doing here in Heavenly Wolf Country instead of throwing your weight around in the Great Han Empire?" "I missed you, so I came to find you." Yang Kai smiled. ZMO rolled her eyes at him. "I'm not a little girl who can be easily coaxed by you." Glancing over at Shui Ling, who was standing beside Yang Kai, she couldn't help but exclaim, "You actually have another beautiful woman by your side, you pervert." "Sure enough, you can't be happy without a beautiful woman." "Hey, don't talk nonsense, I have nothing to do with him," Shui Ling angrily retorted. "It doesn't matter, in any case, you've been around him for a long time, sooner or later you'll become his woman. If you want to keep your purity, you should stay as far away from him as possible." ZMO smiled tenderly. "I haven't seen you for a few years, you don't need to slander me like this. I haven't done anything bad to you." Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. ZMO pursed her red lips and snorted, "Haven't you done anything? Back then you touched and kissed me. If it weren't for an accident, I'm afraid you would have already forced yourself on me." As she spoke, a pitiful expression appeared on ZMO's face as she wept, as if she had suffered a great grievance. Shui Ling stared at Yang Kai, her face filled with vigilance, grinding her teeth as she said, "So you're this kind of person? She's slandering me and you believe her?" Yang Kai angrily asked, "Senior sister, senior sister." At this moment, the girls who had been shaken off by Yang Kai finally caught up and flew over to ZMO's side, pointing at Yang Kai and saying, "This person said he was looking for you." "I know, Don't be nervous, he's not an enemy. ZMO smiled and explained, although he's a bastard, he did save my life. The girls nodded, feeling relieved. A guest from afar, is this how you treat me? Yang Kai sighed softly, women really are heartless. Don't be so sarcastic. ZMO snorted, hesitating for a moment before saying, come in and we'll talk. Senior sister? The girls were shocked. It doesn't matter, I'll report to master later. ZMO comforted. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Although there were many doubts in his heart, he knew it was best not to ask. The more he asked, the more trouble it would cause. Together with Shui Ling, the two of them flew down and entered the cave. ZMO made a few hand seals and the large stone at the entrance of the cave once again sealed off the entrance. Within the walls of the cave, there were some sparkling lights flickering every few steps. It was quite bright. ZMO led the way forward, her face filled with joy, her steps light and graceful, as if she hadn't been so relaxed in a long time. Leading Yang Kai to a spacious stone room inside the cave, ZMO arranged for him and Shui Ling to rest and asked the girls to bring them some fresh fruits. There's nothing much to receive here, just make do with it. ZMO grinned. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he didn't mind, picking up a red fruit, wiping it on his clothes before tossing it to Shui Ling. Shui Ling caught it and unwillingly took a bite. Wait here, I'll go talk to master. After all, no outsiders are allowed to enter this place. ZMO smiled. It's only out of respect for you that I acted first. It seems my face isn't small. Yang Kai grinned. After ZMO left, the girls sat down in a row, all of them curiously staring at Yang Kai, their beautiful eyes filled with expectation and curiosity. Yang Kai didn't know what they were looking forward to, but he didn't ask, simply waiting quietly. Quietly spreading out his divine sense. After a while, Yang Kai's expression became strange. He found that there were about 100 people living in this cave, with one transcendent realm master, most likely ZMO's master. As for the other immortal ascension boundary masters, there weren't many, only a dozen or so, most of them being Yuan Qi boundary and separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Inferring from their vital signs, there should be at least 8 of them, all of them young people. It seems ZMO's situation isn't very good. Yang Kai thought to himself. 30 kilometers away was the Tianlang dynasty's only superforce, Sanluo Temple. ZMO and the others were also part of Sanluo Temple, so it was reasonable for them to live 30 kilometers away. However, they had chosen to live in this mountain cave. Moreover, when Yang Kai had just arrived here, ZMO had also said something thought-provoking. It seems that this is another sect's internal dispute. Yang Kai secretly shook his head. About half an hour later, ZMO returned, her expression somewhat distressed. Master said you can stay here for a while, but you must leave immediately. Right now we're in troubled times, so it's not convenient for us to receive outsiders. I didn't want to stay here either. Yang Kai nodded. What did you come here for? ZMO sat down and asked. To give you back your freedom. Yang Kai explained. ZMO's expression shook. Immediately understanding what he was referring to, she shook her head. It doesn't matter, I don't care. I care. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, walking over to ZMO's side and saying, relax, don't worry. I'm going to start. ZMO stared at him blankly for a moment before closing her eyes and relaxing her knowledge-seized defenses. The next moment, she felt a huge and destructive divine sense pour into her knowledge sea. The strength of this divine sense caused ZMO's heart to tremble. Her beautiful face paled. Moreover, this divine sense seemed to contain a power capable of incinerating anything it touched, as if her knowledge sea would instantly evaporate under this intense heat. For a moment, her heart was on edge. The divine sense then left her knowledge sea. Yang Kai smiled. ZMO opened her eyes and obviously felt that the thing that had been restraining her had disappeared, causing her body to feel light, but also a sense of loss. Looking at Yang Kai suspiciously, ZMO frowned. What's your cultivation now? Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage. Exclamations rang out as the several Sanluo Temple girls covered their mouths and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. None of them had expected that the person they had tried to deal with before would have such powerful strength. Their eldest senior sister was the one with the best aptitude in this branch, but even now, she was only an immortal ascension boundary second stage cultivator. Compared to this young man, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. It seems that after that, you've had a lot of adventures. ZMO said enviously. It's just luck. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Let's not talk about that. I came here this time to first give you back your freedom, and second, to ask you for a favor. What kind of favor? I need to go to your Senluo Temple's forbidden area, the Abandoned Earth. ZMO's expression changed slightly. The Abandoned Earth was a place where there was no life, where not even a blade of grass grew. It contained all kinds of dangers and all kinds of mysterious energies. No one knew what kind of changes had occurred in that place. All that was known was that no one who had ever entered had ever come out alive. Some transcendent realm masters had tried to investigate the mysteries of the Abandoned Earth's deepest depths but had failed. The Abandoned Earth's reputation and danger level in the Tianlang dynasty was equivalent to Netherworld Mountain status in the heart of the Great Han dynasty's cultivator. Both of them were forbidden grounds within forbidden grounds. Ordinary people wouldn't go to those places. The last time Yang Kai and ZMO had gone to Netherworld Mountain for life experience, they had only been able to explore its outermost periphery, so they hadn't been able to see the full horror of Netherworld Mountain. So when she heard that Yang Kai wanted to go to the Abandoned Earth, ZMO couldn't help feeling a little scared. What are you going to do there? If I want to go, naturally I have my own reasons, but I don't know where it is, so I want you to lead the way. Don't worry, as long as you can lead me to that place, there's no need for you to go too deep, so you won't be in any danger. You really don't want to live anymore. ZMO stared at Yang Kai as if she was looking at a madman. Shui Ling on the other hand was quite excited, faintly understanding that the way home was hidden in the Abandoned Earth. Chapter 611. So when she heard Yang Kai make such a request, Shui Ling couldn't help feeling a little excited. ZMO couldn't help gritting her teeth. I knew you bastard wouldn't be so kind as to give me back my freedom. It seems you have another purpose. Yang Kai just laughed. ZMO glared at him, her expression becoming dignified. The Abandoned Earth has not been peaceful these days. Why do you say that? Yang Kai asked curiously. For a long time now, the masters of Tianlang dynasty have believed that the Abandoned Earth hides some kind of shocking secret and often send people to investigate. Some time ago, many of the great forces here joined forces and entered the Abandoned Earth. If you were to enter at this time, once you are discovered, it will definitely cause some trouble. With your current cultivation, I'm afraid your chances of survival are slim. You don't need to worry about that, since I dared to enter. Naturally, I'm not afraid of those people. ZMO snorted. Your tone is still so arrogant. Hesitating for a moment, ZMO nodded. You wait here, I'll go back and report to Master. If Master allows me to go out, I'll take you there. If not, I'll show you the way and you can find it yourself. It shouldn't be too difficult to find. Yang Kai nodded gently. ZMO once again disappeared into the depths of the mountain. The girl still curiously stared at Yang Kai and Shui Ling nibbling on a fruit while Yang Kai calmly waited, not paying any attention to them. After a while, ZMO walked back with a smile on her face. Master said, since you saved my life, this time I must help you. Come with me. Yang Kai smiled lightly, stood up, and together with Shui Ling, followed ZMO out. Walking along the mountain corridor for a long time, the trio once again arrived in front of the boulder. ZMO moved it aside and the three of them exited the mountain. As soon as he appeared, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stared off in a certain direction with some impatience. ZMO's brow also furrowed as she stared in that direction. That direction. A group of people quickly appeared, led by a young man who wore a playful expression on his face as he stared towards them. This young man was an immortal ascension boundary third stage cultivator. Obviously his aptitude was quite good. As for the people around him, most of them were immortal ascension boundary cultivators. There weren't many of them, only about a dozen or so. This group of people stepped forward and blocked the trio's path. all of them sneering. After seeing Shui Ling and Yang Kai's attire, the group of people couldn't help frowning, especially towards Shui Ling's light blue hair. The young man showed a considerable interest, constantly sweeping his eyes over Shui Ling, from time to time a faint lustful light flashing across the depths of his eyes. Shui Ling's beauty was also quite outstanding. Coupled with her hairs, she naturally became the focus of attention. Yang is Yangka, as to Yang to me, Tuz's, Yang's twos. The young man called Xing Bao chuckled and said calmly, Junior Martial Sister Z's words are quite interesting. To ask to me to teat I. Teat, as I testy. To tease to her. The group of people behind him all wore mocking expressions, clearly taking pleasure in Zi Ling's misfortune. Zimo's tender body trembled slightly. Coldly snorting, she said, My Imperial Insect faction has only temporarily left Sinluo Temple, we haven't left the sect. Does young Lady Z not know that the Temple Master has already ordered your Imperial Insect faction to be expelled from Sinluo Temple? Otherwise, why would your old Ghost Master bring you here to live? Since you're no longer a disciple of my Sinluo Temple, you can't continue to stay here. You'd best scram. If you dare to stay here, I'll make sure you suffer the consequences. Zimo's face went pale. Do you really have to be so heartless? If I don't need you, what do I need you for? Yang Kai coldly snorted, suddenly laughing, but it's not like there's no room for negotiation. As long as you can persuade your old Ghost Master to submit to my father, you can still return to Sinluo Temple. Wishful thinking. Zmo sneered disdainfully, You want my master to submit to your father? In your dreams. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, stubbornly obstinate, You will all pay the price. Saying so, he waved his hand and shouted, Grab the cultivator of these two big men and let young Lady Z see what the consequences of offending us are. With this order, the people behind him quickly moved, each of them grinning as they rushed towards Yang Kai and Shui Ling. Because of some special reasons, Yang Kai was not willing to take action against Zimo's people, but since Yang Kai and Shui Ling were dressed like the cultivator, he naturally had no scruples. Yang Kai helplessly shook his head. He had long noticed that something was not quite right with Sinluo Temple, but he hadn't asked Zmo what had happened because he was afraid of being dragged into this mess and wasting his time, but now he had run into trouble before he left. Shui Ling turned her head and glanced at him, seemingly waiting for instructions. Yang Kai simply looked up at the sky with an indifferent expression. Shui Ling snorted and waved her hand, summoning a series of water bubbles in front of the people who were rushing over. These bubbles were only the size of a palm, but when those people's bodies came into contact with these bubbles, they suddenly swelled up and cracked open. Caught off guard, those people were directly wrapped within them. The aggressive cultivator was like a cat that had fallen into water, constantly struggling and wriggling, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break free of the water bubble and were all suspended in midair. Shui Ling waved her hand again and Yang Kai was also wrapped in a water bubble. More than a dozen people, more than a dozen water bubbles, suspended in midair, no matter how hard they tried or how much yuan qi they released, they couldn't break through the thin film of water. All of them were in a panic, their faces filled with horror. Zmo was dumbfounded as she watched this scene unfold, never having expected that this young woman with such extraordinary hair would actually possess such powerful strength. Moreover, her methods were so mysterious. Slut, let me out. Xing Bao flailed in the air, as if he had lost his balance, his head facing down as he shouted towards Shui Ling, If you dare hurt me, you're dead. Ridiculous. Shui Ling's face was filled with disgust, but in the end, this was someone else's territory, so Shui Ling didn't want to go too far, she just wanted to teach them a lesson. However, not only did Yang Kai not appreciate her kindness, he instead became more and more arrogant. Seeing that Shui Ling wasn't going to kill him, his demeanor suddenly calmed down and he shouted, I'll remember you, you damn little girl, just wait until I get out of here, I'll definitely have my father catch you and teach you a lesson. My father is the temple master of Sinluo Temple, just wait for me to ravage you, ha. Yang Kai was surprised, looking at Yang Kai like he was looking at a fool, quietly asking ZMO, "What's wrong with this guy? Is there something wrong with his head?" ZMO didn't respond and simply stared at Shui Ling. Shui Ling finally lost her temper and gloomily glared at Yang Kai, clenching her fists and causing the dozen water bubbles to suddenly shrink. "Don't!" ZMO was shocked and hurriedly shouted. Asterisk pung 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 ping. Asterisk the sound of water bubbles bursting rang out one after another as blood bloomed like a blooming rose. Not even bones remained, all of them turned into minced meat and blood. ZMO's tender body trembled. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai snapped back to his senses and angrily shouted at Shui Ling. He hadn't expected Shui Ling to suddenly take action. Shui Ling felt wronged. "They spoke rudely, so I just killed them." Yang Kai rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. "What's wrong?" Shui Ling looked at Yang Kai in confusion. "What's the big deal about killing a few people? You've killed so many people, why are you still afraid of dying?" "Dying isn't a big deal, but this is someone else's territory." Yang Kai sighed. "It's troublesome." "Yes, it's troublesome." ZMO stared at Yang Kai, speechless, thinking to herself that she really couldn't have anything to do with this man. This bastard had just arrived in Tianlang dynasty and had already caused so much trouble for them. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "The dead can't be brought back to life, my condolences." A figure suddenly appeared in midair, his eyes staring coldly at the scene below before turning towards Yang Kai. "Little friend, can this old master use these words to appease the anger of Sinluo Temple's sect master?" "Probably not," Yang Kai chuckled. "Master!" ZMO shouted. "I'm sorry, I didn't arrive in time." The old man in midair raised his hand and shook his head. "It's not your fault, they were the ones who killed these people." As he spoke, a dignified aura filled with thick murderous intent spread out. Yang Kai took a step forward and looked at the old man without fear. "What does Senior want to do?" "This old master wants to capture you and send you to Sinluo Temple for the sect master to deal with, lest my Imperial Insect faction be implicated." The old man replied in a deep voice. "Master!" ZMO exclaimed, but just as she opened her mouth, the old man waved his hand and sent out a burst of energy, imprisoning ZMO in place, apparently not wanting her to interrupt. ZMO became anxious, constantly glancing towards Yang Kai, indicating that he should quickly escape. Her master was a transcendent realm master. Yang Kai, an immortal ascension boundary 6th stage cultivator, couldn't possibly resist. After listening to the old man's words, Yang Kai nodded gently. "It's only natural that Senior would want to do this, but if Senior feels it is necessary, please don't hesitate." Yang Kai's expression was calm, as if he didn't know how to write the word death. The old man stared at Yang Kai deeply, not understanding why he was so calm and confident, but after a while he suddenly laughed. Interesting, are all the cultivators in the Great Han Dynasty so arrogant?" "Not all of them," Yang Kai frowned. This old man suddenly restraining his murderous intent was somewhat puzzling. The old man nodded. "Good, since you killed them, this old master should have captured you, but this old master suddenly didn't want to do so. Little friend being so arrogant, you should have some tricks up your sleeve. This old master wants to see how you plan to escape the pursuit of Sinluo Temple's sect master." Saying so, he released ZMO's shackles and called out, "ZMO, take them to the abandoned earth, make sure they never come to my Sinluo Temple again." Finished speaking, the old man's figure flickered and disappeared. Regaining her freedom, ZMO was overjoyed. "Thank you, master." Chapter 612. ZMO hurriedly led Yang Kai and Shui Ling out of the jungle and towards the abandoned earth, seemingly afraid that her master would change his mind again. Half a day later, ZMO's speed gradually slowed down and she gently gasped for breath, her face filled with helplessness as she looked towards Yang Kai and Shui Ling. "You two? Your master is quite interesting," Yang Kai chuckled. "Master is not someone who cannot distinguish right from wrong. He is also very grateful to you for killing those people, so he let you go." "Grateful?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't see it, but he has his own considerations for letting us go." "What considerations?" ZMO asked curiously. Yang Kai smiled lightly, reaching out and cutting the back of his hand. A small wound quickly appeared and blood gushed out. Yang Kai quickly pinched out a small object from the wound. A tracking insect? Zimo's complexion changed greatly as she stared at Yang Kai, suddenly realizing something. Did Master plant this on you? What do you think? Yang Kai asked, a playful expression on his face. Zimo suddenly felt embarrassed. Only her master could plant a tracking insect on Yang Kai, and this insect's grade was not low. It was obvious at a glance that it had been raised by her master. Don't worry, your master did this because he didn't want to kill us. After all, we were venting for your Imperial Insect faction and I also saved your life. Secondly, he wanted to leave behind some clues to appease the anger of Sun Luo Temple's sect master. Yang Kai analyzed, seemingly seeing through Zimo's master's thoughts and saying so. He put the tracking insect back into his body. Zimo was dumbfounded. Why did you put it back? If I had killed it, how would your master explain it to Sun Luo Temple's sect master? Yang Kai smiled. If I'm not mistaken, this insect can locate my position, right? And tracking insects are a pair of male and female. The one planted on you is the female, so with the help of the male, it can find you. Zmo nodded gently. That male insect should be in the hands of Sun Luo Temple's sect master right now. With just a few words, Yang Kai had clearly analyzed the current situation, causing Zmo to show a look of admiration. Aren't you afraid? Zmo stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai shook his head. If he dares come, I'll make sure he doesn't return. Yang's arrogance. Let's not talk about this. What's the situation of your Sun Luo Temple? Yang Kai finally couldn't help but ask. Previously, he had pretended not to ask because he didn't want to get into trouble. Now that he was already involved, he naturally had to find out more. Sect faction is Luo Temple S faction's faction, but the sect faction's faction and is Luo's and that is Luo sect's faction. Every 10 years, the 5 branches would each send out a person to fight for the position of the next Hall Master. The current Hall Master was Xing Bao's father, Xing Zong. Luo sect's sect master is a powerful figure, but his desire for power is too great. Seeing that his term is about to end, he resorted to some underhanded means to win over the support of the other 4 factions. My master was unwilling to compromise and wanted to follow the sect's ancestral teachings. However, due to Xing Zong's suppression, our Imperial Insect faction was forced out of Sun Luo Temple a year ago and forced to live in that remote mountain forest. Yang Kai nodded lightly, now understanding the situation of Sun Luo Temple. The Imperial Insect faction only had 100 people, and although they had a transcendent realm master, facing the suppression of Sun Luo Temple's sect master, they were forced to leave the sect. Although we temporarily left Sun Luo Temple, far away from the whirlpool of right and wrong, we still couldn't find peace. Xing Bao would bring people to cause trouble every few days, putting pressure on us, wanting us to compromise and surrender to his father, but Master never relented. No wonder when I first arrived, you said those words to me. Yang Kai understood. Zmo smiled faintly. I didn't know it was you. I thought after not seeing you for so many years, you must have died somewhere. Pausing for a moment, she sighed. The situation is as it is. Yang Kai remained silent, not saying much. If Zmo was the cultivator of the great Han dynasty, he could have sent her an invitation to go to the central capital. However, she was a member of the Tian Lang dynasty, so Yang Kai was not in a position to say such things. Even if Zmo was willing to go to the central capital, her master would not. From his master's uncompromising attitude towards Xing Zong, it was clear that he was a stubborn person. Such a person generally would not be willing to leave their homeland, the land that raised them. Yang Kai was not willing to intervene in other people's sect matters. However, if someone provoked him, Yang Kai would not be lenient. At the same time, in the jungle about 30 kilometers away from Sun Luo Temple, a burly man in his 40s or 50s with a dignified expression suddenly flew over. His eyes trembling as he stared down at the bloody mess below, the burly man's aura became chaotic, and his violent yuan qi burst out fiercely as he roared, "Lu Yun, get out here!" Temple Master, Lu Yun has been waiting for a long time. Zimo's master suddenly appeared and greeted him. Who killed Xing Bao? Xing Zong shouted angrily, his aura fluctuating wildly, obviously on the verge of erupting. He glared at Lu Yun with an unkind expression, as if saying that if he was not satisfied, he would kill him. The cultivator of the Great Han Dynasty. The cultivator of the Great Han Dynasty? Xing Zong was furious. How could the cultivator of the Great Han Dynasty appear here? Are you colluding with someone to harm my child? Temple Master must be joking. If I wanted to, Xing Bao would have died countless times already. It is only out of respect for Temple Master's face that this old master tolerates his impudence. Lu Yun coldly snorted, not showing the slightest fear towards Xing Zong. Xing Zong's anger subsided slightly, but he still refused to give up and shouted, "What happened?" Lu Yun briefly explained what had happened before. This old master did not expect that those two would kill him so suddenly. It was already too late to stop them. Then where are they now? Xing Zong asked. Have they been captured by you and are waiting for me to deal with them? Lu Yun slowly shook his head. They escaped. Xing Zong's eyes narrowed and his aura became dangerous again. With you here, how could they escape? Weren't you the one who allowed them to leave? You can say that, after all, I have no grievances with them, so there was no need for me to act against them. Lu Yun calmly nodded. Xing Zong's anger finally erupted and he released an oppressive aura, coldly declaring, "If you don't give me an explanation for what happened today, I will destroy your Imperial Insect faction." Lu Yun sneered. This old master just thought that such a big matter like the death of one's son should be resolved by Temple Master himself, so this old master did not overstep his authority. Saying so, he took out a small insect and asked, "Temple Master should recognize what this insect is, right? A tracing insect?" Xing Zong's eyes lit up. Lu Yun gently nodded. It is indeed a tracing insect. This old master has a male one. The female one has already been planted in the body of the one who killed the Death Protector. Relying on this male one, Temple Master should be able to easily find them. Give it to me. Xing Zong quickly reached out. Lu Yun slowly shook his head. It's not impossible for you to have the male one, but this old master has conditions. You dare talk to me about conditions? Xing Zong laughed angrily. You think without a tracing insect, I won't be able to find that person? Ridiculous. As long as he is still in Tianlang, I can find him in less than a day. If Temple Master knew where they went, you wouldn't think so. Lu Yun also sneered. Xing Zong frowned and quickly asked, where did they go? The abandoned earth. Xing Zong's expression froze for a moment before taking a deep breath and saying, what conditions do you have? Tell me. In the abandoned earth, even Xing Zong couldn't guarantee that he would be able to find one or two people. The world energy there was simply too chaotic and dangerous. Without a clear direction, it was very likely that one would get lost in there and never come out again. The Imperial Insect faction has returned to Sun Luo Temple. Every 10 years, the Temple Master will be replaced. If Temple Master does not agree, this old master will destroy this male insect right now. You dare! Xing Zong flew into a rage and roared. Lu Yun sneered, the yuan qi in his hand fluctuating between his fingers, not showing any signs of impatience, as if Xing Zong was already in his grasp. After a while, Xing Zong nodded heavily. I promise you, as long as I can avenge my son, I will do anything you want. I hope Temple Master will not go back on his word. Lu Yun frowned. Although he didn't trust Xing Zong, there was no other choice at this moment, so he casually tossed the male insect over. Xing Zong caught it, coldly snorted, and flew off in the direction of the abandoned earth. 2 days later, on the outskirts of the abandoned earth, Yang Kai's group of 3 stopped. Looking at the lifeless and bleak scene in front of them, as if even the earth itself couldn't survive, Yang Kai and Shui Ling couldn't help marveling. The aura exuding from this land was simply too strange. No wonder it had become a forbidden zone for Tianlang dynasty. It's here, Zmo said with some panic on her face, unwilling to go any further. Thank you. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Over the past 2 days, Zmo had told Yang Kai a lot of information about the abandoned earth, allowing him to prepare himself. Do you really want to go in? Zmo looked at Yang Kai hesitantly, not knowing what he wanted to do with the abandoned earth. Of course we want to go in. Then I'll wait for you to come out. Zmo sighed, no longer trying to dissuade him. No need. Yang Kai shook his head. Once we go, I'm afraid we won't see each other again in the future, so you can return to Sun Luo Temple on your own. Zmo was stunned. Go back and tell your master, the next time he dares to scheme against me, even if he is your master, I'll kill him. Yang Kai grinned wickedly, letting out a laugh as he led Shui Ling into the abandoned earth. Zmo was stunned for a moment before calling out, Yang Kai, be careful, don't die. Yang Kai didn't look back, simply raising his hand and waving. Soon, he and Shui Ling's figures disappeared from Zmo's sight. For some reason, Zmo couldn't help feeling a sense of loss. In fact, her friendship with Yang Kai wasn't very deep. After spending some time together in that isolated world, Yang Kai's various performances had impressed her greatly, but this time, Yang Kai had given her an even greater shock. Unknowingly, this bastard had actually reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage. Perhaps because she had never seen such an outstanding man before, Yang Kai's departure made her feel some regret. Chapter 613. Not even a blade of grass grew here, and there was no sign of life. It was like an endless desolation. Strong winds blew, and sand flew everywhere, making it impossible to see anything within 100 meters. This was the abandoned earth. Stepping into it, Yang Kai couldn't help but secretly become vigilant. According to Zmo, the abandoned earth's energy was strange, and there was no telling when it would suddenly erupt. If one wasn't careful here, they would end up being crushed to pieces. Moreover, under the influence of the harsh environment, if one didn't have a good sense of direction, it was very likely they would get lost. Every year, a large number of cultivator attempts to find opportunities here would go missing, their bodies never found. As for how the abandoned earth was formed, Zmo didn't know much about it, only that it suddenly became like this more than 200 years ago. Originally, the territory of the abandoned earth wasn't such a desolate place. Although it wasn't very rich, at least there were flowers, grass, birds, and trees, as well as traces of human activity. However, more than 200 years ago, the abandoned earth, which caused the entire Tianlang dynasty to tremble in fear, suddenly appeared. Zmo didn't know the origin of the abandoned earth, but Yang Kai did. The Tianlang dynasty's forbidden zone was actually formed because of Meng Wuya. Before Treasurer Meng left for Tongxian Realm through the Void Corridor, he had sent a message to Yang Kai. He had told him the way to get to Tongxian Realm, and it was because of Meng Wuya's guidance that Yang Kai came here. If it weren't for Meng Wuya, Yang Kai wouldn't have known that there was a hidden Void Corridor in the abandoned earth. As long as one could find it, they would be able to reach another world. When Meng Wuya came from Tongxian Realm, he had arrived at the abandoned earth. In order to protect the Void Corridor, he had used some means to create this forbidden zone. As time passed, this forbidden zone became more and more dangerous, beyond the scope of Meng Wuya's control, and gradually developed to its current scale. 200 years ago, Meng Wuya came to this world through the Void Corridor. How old was Treasurer Meng? Yang Kai recalled the message he had sent him with a strange expression on his face. Treasurer Meng was really mysterious. Yang Kai had thought that he understood him well enough, but now it seemed that his understanding of him was still quite shallow. Yang Kai even believed that the Third Order Transcendent Realm wasn't Meng Wuya's true cultivation. This old man. Yang Kai shook his head. Shui Ling followed closely behind Yang Kai. Although she had already reached the peak Immortal Ascension boundary, in this place, she still felt a sense of insecurity and didn't dare stray too far from Yang Kai for fear of being separated from him. After walking for a short distance though, Yang Kai suddenly came to a halt and perked his ears, his expression quickly changing as he grabbed Shui Ling and rushed forward. After only a few dozen meters, the two of them suddenly felt a gust of wind behind them. Shui Ling turned her head to look and couldn't help her beautiful face going pale. Behind them, she could vaguely see a series of tornadoes rising up into the sky, sweeping up wind blades that cut through the earth and leaving behind deep ravines. From these wind blades, one could sense a terrifying energy fluctuation. "Stay close," Yang Kai quickly said. "The energy here is very chaotic. If we're not careful, we may die." Shui Ling's face was pale as she nodded heavily, asking in confusion, "This place is so dangerous, and there are no precious treasures, so why did that girl surnamed Z say that there are still many masters from Tianlang dynasty who come here to seek opportunities? Because this chaotic energy is actually a manifestation of martial skills," Yang Kai casually explained. A manifestation of martial skills? Shui Ling was stunned. Yes, many years ago, in order to protect a secret, someone released a large amount of high-grade martial skills in this area. The destructive power of these martial skills was preserved for a long time by him using a special method. Although as time passed, these martial skills have already dissipated, and the energy has also become extremely chaotic. Within those energies, there is the concept and mysteries of a top expert. If one is able to clearly understand the concept and mysteries contained within these energies, then it is possible to learn a martial skill. Do you think those experts would not be tempted? Who could be so powerful? Shui Ling's brow furrowed. To be able to preserve the destructive power of these martial skills for so long, is that possible? Why is it impossible? You've seen that person before, Yang Kai smiled. Who? Shui Ling was even more confused. Yang Kai didn't answer, so Shui Ling asked a few more questions before curling her lips. Sure enough, it was all a lie. You've always been in the Great Han Dynasty. How could you possibly know the secrets of this place? Even that Ziling doesn't know these things. However, other than this explanation, Shui Ling couldn't think of any benefits that would attract so many masters from the Tianlang dynasty to risk their lives and come here in search of opportunities. As Yang Kai walked forward, the two of them would encounter a violent energy attack almost every 2 hours. There were all kinds of different attributes, and these chaotic energy attacks came in all kinds of strange ways, making them impossible to guard against. Fortunately, Yang Kai's vigilance was quite outstanding and he was always able to detect some abnormalities at the most critical moments, leading Shui Ling to avoid the danger zones. After walking like this for 2 to 3 days, Shui Ling's face was covered in dirt and she looked like a dirty little beggar. Her light blue hair was no longer soft and elegant and was instead draped over her shoulders in an unkempt manner. On top of that, the deeper they went, the more dangers they encountered and the more chaotic the energy fluctuations became. Shui Ling was extremely helpless, and although she didn't know where Yang Kai's goal was, she could only obediently follow behind him, neither anxious nor impatient. She knew that Yang Kai would definitely lead her back home. At the same time, in another part of the abandoned Earth, more than a dozen immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were chasing after a bright ball of light. This ball of light was filled with arcs of lightning, wreaking havoc in the abandoned Earth. These dozen or so immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were all shouting loudly, and under the direction of their leader, they spread out in a pincer formation, attempting to intercept this ball of light and pry into its mysteries. After a series of efforts, just as they were about to succeed, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them, a violent and dangerous aura radiating from this figure landing in front of them. The earth shook violently. Who goes there? The leader roared. Xing Zong. The man reported his name, his voice low and deep, as if he was suppressing the anger in his heart. Anyone could tell that he was somewhat unhappy. Xing Zong. The leader's expression changed greatly when he heard this name and quickly stepped forward, but after seeing the face of this man, his expression immediately became respectful, cupping his fists and saying, Sure enough, it is Sin Luo Temple's Hall Master Xing. Sin Luo Temple was the only superforce in Tianlang Dynasty, so the status of Sin Luo Temple's Hall Master was incomparable. Although these people were all well-known figures in Tianlang Dynasty, in front of Xing Zong, they couldn't help lowering their posture and quickly stepped forward to greet him. Xing Zong nodded lightly. The leader of this group smiled and asked suspiciously, could it be that Hall Master Xing has also come to the abandoned Earth to seek opportunities? Xing Zong coldly snorted, I don't have time for that. Then why has Hall Master Xing come here? The leader asked curiously. The abandoned Earth wasn't a good place, so if he wasn't here for opportunities, why would he come here? My son was killed by 2 great Han's cultivator. Since you're here, have you seen those 2? Xing Zong asked sternly. The leader's face went pale when he heard this. The young hall master was killed by a great Han's cultivator? The other masters also suddenly became indignant. Although Sin Luo Temple's reputation wasn't very good in Tianlang Dynasty, the fact that their hall master's son was killed by 2 great Han's cultivator raised the issue to a whole new level. No matter where a cultivator was, when faced with an enemy from another place, they would feel a sense of solidarity. I haven't seen them, but since they dared to enter this place, they must have some ability, the leader muttered. How could a person without ability dare enter the abandoned Earth to seek death? Hall Master Xing, do you need our help? Xing Zong pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, I can track them down. All of you come with me. If those 2 try to escape, help me stop them. It's an honor to serve Hall Master Xing, the leader shouted, no longer caring about the light orb and quickly calling out to the others to follow Xing Zong. Selling a favor to Xing Zong at this time would always be beneficial in the future. After flying for a short distance, they encountered another group of Tianlang Dynasty cultivators. This group was relatively small, only 4 or 5 of them, but after hearing Xing Zong's words, they immediately expressed their willingness to help. Gathering together, a transcendent and more than 20 immortal ascension boundary masters quickly approached Yang Kai and Shui Ling. With the tracking insect leading the way, Xing Zong didn't have to worry about not being able to find Yang Kai. The male and female characteristics of the male tracking insect allowed it to accurately find the female no matter how harsh the environment was. Yang Kai and Shui Ling continued to walk towards the depths of the abandoned Earth, their speed not too fast nor too slow, seemingly unaware of the approaching danger behind them. After an unknown amount of time, a deep darkness suddenly appeared in front of them. Yang Kai gently breathed a sigh of relief as a look of joy appeared on his face. Treasurer Meng's final message had been too hasty, and although it had provided some guidance, Yang Kai had still been worried about getting lost in the abandoned Earth. Now that he saw this deep darkness, he finally relaxed. We've arrived. Inside this darkness, there was a void corridor. After passing through this void corridor, one would arrive at Tongxian Realm. Yang Kai, I have a bad feeling about this. Shui Ling's tender body trembled as she stared forward. She didn't know why, but a strong sense of impending doom washed over her, as if as long as she dared to set foot in this place, she would die without a burial. It's not good, Yang Kai nodded lightly, but there was a hidden meaning behind his words, suddenly turning around and squinting his eyes to look behind him. In front of him, a group of looming figures could be seen. The 2 sides were only about 1,000 meters apart, but these people were clearly standing still, as if they didn't dare to approach this place. Shui Ling exclaimed, not having expected to encounter such a group of people at this critical juncture, and judging from their auras, it was clear they didn't have good intentions. Chapter 614. Catching a cold and feeling weak all over. 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai and Shui Ling, the 20 or so immortal ascension boundary masters and Xing Zong all stopped and stared forward with solemn expressions, a deep sense of dread flashing across their eyes. Hall Master Xing, that is the abandoned Earth's absolute death zone, are we really going to enter? The burly man from before asked in horror. The so-called absolute death zone was a place where once one approached, no matter who they were, they would not leave alive. Even transcendent realm masters were no exception. In the past, a Tianlang Dynasty Transcendent Realm Master had attempted to uncover the hidden mysteries of the abandoned Earth and had fallen near this place. When this news spread, the entire Tianlang Dynasty was shaken. Since then, this 1,000-meter area had become known as the Absolute Death Zone. Anyone who came to the abandoned Earth in search of opportunities would avoid this zone. None of them had expected that the 2 burly cultivators they were chasing would actually end up here, making them feel a little embarrassed. Xing Zong was also somewhat hesitant, learning from the mistakes of others. He had no choice but to be careful. After a while, his expression suddenly became firm. What are you afraid of? Since they are safe and sound, the rumors are not true. If you do not have the courage, just watch from the outside. These two trivial Great Han Dynasty cultivators, I can easily deal with them. The reason why Xingzong had brought these 20 or so people with him was because he was worried that something unexpected might happen. Although he was a transcendent and dealing with two cultivators from the Great Han Dynasty wouldn't be a problem for him, in the abandoned earth, nothing could be measured by common sense. Saying so, Xingzong stepped forward, his face filled with anger and hatred. The 20 or so people hesitated for a moment before quickly following. The 1,000-meter distance between them was quickly closed. When Xingzong arrived within 5 meters of Yang Kai and saw his and Shui Ling's faces, he couldn't help feeling a bit startled. He hadn't expected that the two burly cultivators he was chasing would actually be so young. Sen Luo Temple's temple master? Yang Kai tilted his head, an expression of not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth as he asked casually. Xingzong coldly snorted, the muscles on his face twitching as his eyes turned red. Since you can recognize my identity, you should be the one who killed my child, right? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. It wasn't me, she was the one who killed him. Saying so, he stretched out his hand and pointed towards Shui Ling. Shui Ling straightened her back, not showing the slightest trace of cowardice, hiding behind Yang Kai's back like a fox pretending to be a tiger. She didn't know why Yang Kai wasn't afraid when facing a transcendent realm master, but it was because of this calmness, Shui Ling realized that Yang Kai had some backing him. Xingzong's eyes narrowed as he stared at Shui Ling's face. Transcendent Realm Master, no matter which one of you is the culprit, you will pay the price today. Yang Kai looked at him calmly and chuckled meaningfully. I wonder what price Punishment Hall Master wants us to pay? A life. A life. Ling, S's blood's Earth's heavens. Can't we discuss this properly? Yang Kai frowned. To be honest, although I don't find your son pleasing to the eye, I don't have any intention of killing him, but this female companion of mine has a violent temper. Your son tried to flirt with her and was killed by her in a single blow. He only has himself to blame. Bastard! Xingzong roared, interrupting Yang Kai's explanation. Just because he tried to flirt with her, you want my son to pay the price with his life. If I didn't kill him, his fate wouldn't have been as simple as being flirted with. What kind of character your son is, you should be clear about it, Shui Ling snorted. Xingzong took a deep breath as he swept his eyes over Shui Ling. From her dusty face, he could see a hint of delicate beauty, so he immediately understood that Xing Bao's flirting with her was not without reason. So, it was my son who was in the wrong first. Yes, Shui Ling nodded. Good, then I'll give you a choice, choose how you want to die. The group of masters behind Xingzong suddenly burst into laughter, staring towards Yang Kai and Shui Ling with ridicule, secretly shaking their heads, thinking that the cultivator of these two burly men really had eyes but couldn't see. Of all the people he could have killed, he actually chose to kill Hall Master Xing's son. Serves him right? Then there's nothing to discuss. Yang Kai shook his head bitterly. I came to Tianlang Dynasty only because I was passing by. In fact, I don't want to have any conflict with you Tianlang Dynasty's people, nor do I want to kill anyone. You still want to kill? Hearing this, Xingzong stared at Yang Kai like he was a fool, coldly snorting, you won't have that chance. After today, you'll be nothing but a corpse, you'll never be able to kill anyone again. Yang Kai grinned. Suddenly, a huge bone shield appeared in front of him. This bone shield was the size of several houses and had a strange shape with sharp spikes protruding from its edges. From the beast's mouth, a shocking amount of energy fluctuations pulsed. Rest in peace. Yang Kai waved his hand towards the Tianlang Dynasty's group through the bone shield. Xingzong and the 20 or so immortal Ascension Boundary Masters suddenly felt a sense of unease. As soon as this thought appeared in their minds, the beast's mouth suddenly erupted with an earth-shattering power. A beam of energy visible to the naked eye shot out from the beast's mouth, containing a massive amount of void power, and shot out 1,000 meters, creating a vacuum in the surrounding area. Within this distance of 10,000 feet, everything was shattered in an instant. cut into countless pieces of fine powder by the power of the void. The Tianlang dynasty's group of immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't even have time to react before they were turned into dust. Only Xingzong was able to resist for a moment, but in the end, he was unable to withstand the endless shockwaves and died with a pitiful scream. Shui Ling was dumbfounded. Although she knew that Yang Kai was so calm because he had something to rely on, she hadn't expected it to be so cruel. Before she could recover, all her enemies had died, including the Transcendent Realm Masters. Shui Ling had never thought that even Transcendent Realm Masters could be so fragile. A mass of spiritual energy was pulled into Yang Kai's knowledge sea by the attractive force and silently flew into his mind. The huge bone shield in his hand, after this eruption, quickly shrank back to its original size. Kacha. Countless cracks quickly appeared on the bone shield, causing Yang Kai to frown and quickly put it away. Last time, under the central capital, when he had used the bone shield to resist the energy from the void corridor, it had suffered some damage, so this time, the damage to the bone shield was even more serious. If he didn't find an artifact refining Grandmaster to repair it, it was likely he wouldn't be able to use it again. Suddenly, the chaotic energy around them began to undergo some subtle changes, as if the blow just now had triggered some kind of change, causing Yang Kai and Shui Ling to feel a sense of unease. Looking back, Yang Kai and Shui Ling's expressions changed drastically. What they saw was that in the direction of the void corridor, there were signs that the energy was about to erupt. Follow closely, Yang Kai didn't dare to hesitate and quickly rushed over, with Shui Ling hurriedly following. While rushing towards the void corridor, Yang Kai constantly released his Yuan Qi, allowing his Yuan Qi to attack the surrounding environment in a special way and rhythm. This was the method Meng Huiya had passed to Yang Kai at the last moment. Only by using this method could they break through this final line of defense and reach the location of the void corridor. If they didn't know this method and rashly rushed in, they would only be killed by the mysterious martial skills. Sure enough, this method was effective. Although the chaotic energy was still raging under Yang Kai's control, wherever he passed, there was no danger at all. Crossing a sea of fire, breaking through ice, crossing an electric net, experiencing all kinds of dangers, Yang Kai and Shui Ling finally arrived in front of the void corridor. Reaching out and pushing forward, Yang Kai poured his Yuan Qi into it. That deep darkness suddenly opened up, and a heart-palpitating feeling of emptiness spread out. The way home. Shui Ling's eyes lit up, her excitement reaching its peak. Let's go! Yang Kai stretched out his hand, grabbed her, and threw her into the void corridor. The next moment he also jumped in. Surrounded by darkness, the void corridor was wrapped in chaos, as if the heavens and earth had never been separated. An unbearable sense of weightlessness spread out, causing even the normally calm Yang Kai to feel his heart palpitate. A small hand reached out from the darkness and tightly grasped Yang Kai's hand. It was Shui Ling. She was also nervous and afraid, unconsciously trying to find some support from Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently squeezed her hand, comforting her. The feeling of passing through the void corridor this time was different from before. In the past, they had only been transported within the Great Han Dynasty's territory, so the distance wasn't too far, but this time they were transported to a foreign territory. Falling, as if there was no end in sight. Not knowing how much time had passed, Kai Yang suddenly felt the darkness in front of him disappear and was replaced by a clear blue sky. His mouth and nose were filled with the clear fragrance of earth. Pa. The two of them tumbled to the ground one after another, the mud covering Yang Kai and Shui Ling's faces. The two of them hurriedly stood up and looked around. Beneath his feet was a muddy swamp. There were some small trees scattered around, and occasionally, some strange beasts shuttled back and forth in the swamp. There was no danger here, but Yang Kai's expression was a bit strange. Because the world energy in this place was extremely rich, even surpassing that of the central capital after the great changes. Here, the hundreds of millions of pores all over one's body opened up, and the true Yang secret art buzzed as it madly absorbed the surrounding world energy. Ha! Shui Ling froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. I'm finally back. Is this Tong Xian realm? Yang Kai looked at her and asked. Shui Ling nodded excitedly, the mud on her hair scattering everywhere, making her look dirty, but she didn't seem to care, instead rushing over and giving Yang Kai a hug, sobbing, thank you for bringing me back. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated as he looked up at the blue sky, a smile appearing on his face. Tong Xian realm, he had finally arrived. Su Yen and his little senior sister should also be looking at this sky, and they should also be setting foot on this land. There was also Treasurer Meng and the old demon. Now that they were under the same sky, there was finally a time to find them. Yang Kai took a deep breath and quickly calmed his excitement. Chapter 6:15. Inside the swamp, Shui Ling didn't care about her sloppy appearance at the moment and instead danced around excitedly. Seemingly infected by her joy, even Yang Kai's mood gradually brightened. As soon as his mood relaxed, Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong, because his body felt lighter than ever, as if the shackles that had been binding him had suddenly disappeared. Circulating his true Yang secret art even faster, Yang Kai's aura fluctuated as his meridians and physique began to rejoice. Shui Ling. Yang Kai frowned and called out. What's wrong? Shui Ling stopped dancing and looked at him curiously. I'm about to break through. Shui Ling couldn't help covering her mouth in shock. Right now? Yang Kai nodded and sat down cross-legged. Shui Ling thought about it for a moment before clapping her hands. There is a layer of shackles that has been restricting the development of your cultivator, but after coming to Tong Xian realm, this shackle disappeared. It was probably because of this that you were able to break through, but here, suddenly, the two of them had just arrived, and they didn't even know where this place was. They didn't even know if there were any dangerous people or powerful demonic beasts around. If they were to be disturbed during the breakthrough process, it wouldn't be a joke. Can you hold it back? Shui Ling suggested. Yang Kai struggled to open his eyes, rolled his eyes, and closed them again, calming himself down. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Shui Ling smiled bitterly. Breaking through was something that could only be encountered by chance. It wasn't something that could be held back. In desperation, Shui Ling could only release her divine sense and explore the surrounding area to see if there were any potential dangers. After a brief investigation, she found no abnormalities within a 10-kilometer radius, allowing Shui Ling to relax and wait quietly. While Yang Kai was breaking through, she also wanted to observe the situation around her to determine where the two of them were. More than a dozen kilometers away from where Yang Kai and Shui Ling were standing, a small group of people was quietly lurking behind a patch of grass. There weren't many of them, only 7 or 8 of them, and all of them were immortal Wander State cultivators. The leader of the group was a beautiful woman, dressed like a young married woman. She looked like a ripe peach, with full breasts, a voluptuous figure, bright eyes, and white teeth. She wore a light blue dress with a slit under her skirt, revealing her slender white thighs. This shape was convenient for her to move around, but when she moved, the beauty between her legs could be faintly seen. This seductive spring scenery made the group of men accompanying her a little thirsty. The men who were lying in ambush behind her all stared at her exposed snow-white skin, as well as her perky round buttocks. This seductive shape and posture made their blood boil, making them unable to restrain their inner desires. However, due to this woman's status, many men only dared to look at her secretly, not daring to have any improper thoughts. The woman dressed like a young married woman seemed to enjoy the gazes directed at her from behind. Not only did she not show the slightest trace of nervousness, but instead wore a calm smile. Your breathing is too heavy, all of you should restrain yourselves, otherwise that guy will run away and you'll be held responsible. Suddenly, the woman gave a light warning. The men behind her all nodded awkwardly, no longer daring to peek at her beautiful figure. Do you know what our goal is this time? The young woman asked softly. Everyone nodded. It's good that you know. The young married woman expressed her satisfaction and nodded. The scarlet blood orchid is a world spirit treasure and has its own consciousness. Don't underestimate it. According to the information I've obtained, this scarlet blood orchid has already sprouted 7 leaves. which is a world spirit treasure that is at least 1,000 years old. As long as we can obtain it, the benefits will naturally not be small. One of the big men with a full beard chuckled, "Young lady, if we succeed, what kind of reward will we get?" 20 crystal stones per person, the young married woman replied. Upon hearing this, everyone's breathing became heavy, as if 20 crystal stones was a huge fortune for them. In an instant, everyone's fighting spirit soared, no longer paying any attention to the beautiful young married woman, instead all of them holding their breaths, waiting for the appearance of the scarlet blood orchid. Soon, the young married woman muttered. The young woman murmured, "Every month, it will come out and absorb some sunlight. Today is the day it appears. You won't have to wait long before you get what you want. Don't worry, young lady, the barriers and traps we've set are more than enough to capture it. As long as it dares to appear, it won't be able to escape," the big bearded man said confidently. "That would be for the best. Langya Blessed Land's young master is injured and urgently needs this scarlet blood orchid to heal. You should also understand that if our bold independent union can establish a good relationship with Langya Blessed Land, it will bring us many benefits." The young married woman took a deep breath, her breasts bursting out of her clothes, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone nodded solemnly. Although bold independent union's strength was quite good, it lacked masters, so it wasn't valued by any of the other great forces. On the other hand, Langya Blessed Land was a famous great force, so if they could establish a good relationship with Langya Blessed Land, it would be quite beneficial to the development of bold independent union. "It's coming out!" At that moment, someone called out softly from the side. Everyone's eyes lit up and they all turned their gazes towards the source of this voice. What they saw was a faint red glow emerging from the muddy water of a nearby swamp. As time passed and everyone waited anxiously, this red glow grew brighter and clearer. Gradually, a strange orchid with 7 red leaves, a blood-red body, and well-defined meridians emerged from the swamp. Everyone's breathing suddenly quickened as they stared at the scarlet blood orchid that was over 1,000 years old. Everyone's heartbeat thumped loudly in their chests, but they were all forcefully suppressing it. After a while, the scarlet blood orchid gradually revealed its full appearance. Although it was a plant, it was a world spirit treasure and had its own consciousness and thoughts, so it was able to perceive danger and instinctively make actions to avoid it. "Young lady!" The big bearded man couldn't hold back his excitement and called out softly. "Wait." The young woman quickly said, "It's quite a crafty hedgehog. This time it's only showing itself to test the waters." Sure enough, as soon as the young woman's voice fell, the scarlet blood orchid suddenly sank back into the swamp and disappeared. As time passed, the scarlet blood orchid still didn't show any signs of reappearing, causing everyone to become suspicious, wondering if their whereabouts had been exposed, causing it to become vigilant. Only the young woman had a confident expression on her face. After about half an hour or so, the swamp once again lit up with a bright red light, and a moment later, the scarlet blood orchid finally appeared for the second time. This time, it had escaped from the swamp and arrived at a nearby grassy area. Taking root there, its 7 leaves all spread open and absorbing the light of the sun. "Begin!" the young woman shouted. Now was the best time to begin, as the scarlet blood orchid would be most relaxed. As soon as the bearded man heard the order, his hands moved quickly, and mysterious energy shot out, activating the traps and restrictions they had set up before. But before these traps and barriers could play a role, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly appeared more than a dozen kilometers away, causing everyone's complexion to change greatly. The young woman didn't hesitate, her tender body turning into a stream of light as she quickly flew out, her target being the scarlet blood orchid. But it was too late. By the time she noticed this energy fluctuation, the scarlet blood orchid had already disappeared back into the swamp, causing the young woman's pretty face to distort as she stood there in a daze, her anger reaching its peak. A group of people slowly walked up, each of them showing a look of disappointment. 20 crystal stones had just passed by them, so no one was in a good mood. How could there still be people here? The young woman was enraged. She turned her head and looked at the bearded man. "Didn't you say that everyone within a 50-kilometer radius had been dispersed?" In order to successfully obtain the scarlet blood orchid this time, their bold independent union had begun preparing a month ago, designating this 50-kilometer radius area as a forbidden zone, not allowing anyone to set foot in. Before taking action, this group of people had also checked their surroundings and found no outsiders, but now, this energy fluctuation was clearly the result of someone breaking through. The big bearded man opened his mouth, his face flushed red as he submissively said, "We dispersed everyone within a 50-kilometer radius." "Then what's the situation now?" The young woman shouted, "We already promised Langya Blessed Land that we would deliver the scarlet blood orchid to them half a month later. What do you want us to deliver now?" The big bearded man was speechless, so Mingru said, "Let's try again, try again." The young woman sneered. "The scarlet blood orchid has already escaped into the swamp after being frightened this time. It won't appear for at least half a year. So how do you plan on trying again? Are you going to go down and look for it?" Everyone was scolded harshly, but none of them dared to refute, all of their expressions becoming extremely ugly. The young woman took a deep breath. It seemed that she was truly angered. Seeing victory in sight, a sudden change like this, allowing the fruit of victory to slip through her fingers, the young woman naturally flew into a rage. Standing in place, the young woman thought for a moment before turning around and walking in the direction of the energy fluctuation, sneering, "Follow me, I want to see who ruined my good fortune. If I find him, I'll kill him." The big bearded man quickly expressed his anger. The young woman glared at him fiercely, causing him to immediately shut up. More than a dozen kilometers away, Yang Kai gently clenched his fists, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. He had reached the immortal ascension boundary 7th stage, and after arriving in this world and not being able to unlock his knowledge-seized spiritual energy, he had instantly broken through and absorbed all of the spiritual energy he had absorbed, obtaining many benefits. "Congratulations." Shui Ling walked over from a short distance away and offered her congratulations. Chapter 616. Yang Kai shook his head lightly. Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage. In the Great Han Dynasty, such a cultivation was probably not bad, but after coming to Tong Xian Realm and learning about the mysteries of the Transcendent Realm, Yang Kai didn't dare think so. In front of a Transcendent, such a cultivation was still somewhat weak. Yang Kai needed to improve his strength as soon as possible in order to survive in this vast world and find Su Yen and his little senior sister. Without strength, no matter where he went, it would not be safe. "Have you found out where this place is?" Yang Kai asked. While he was breaking through, Shui Ling had also been investigating the surrounding terrain, wanting to determine where they were now. Hearing this, Shui Ling shook her head sadly. "Although this swamp is somewhat special, there are many swamps in Tong Xian Realm. I don't know where exactly we are for the time being, but we should be in human territory." "Human territory?" Hearing her say this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little confused. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, in Tong Xian Realm, there is not only the human race, but also the demon race and the monster race. These two races are both extremely powerful races and stand on equal footing with our human race. The human territory is called the human territory. In addition, the demon race resides in the demon land, the monster race resides in the monster race, and in the middle there is a neutral zone. In addition to these three races, there are many other strange races. You will slowly learn more about them in the future." Shui Ling explained casually, not wanting to go into too much detail. After all, this was just common sense. As long as Yang Kai continued to live here, he would gradually figure it out. Yang Kai was stunned. Shui Ling smiled and explained, "Don't you have a 7th order monster beast, the Spider Mother? If it can take human form, it will be a part of the monster race, but that requires the power of the beast transformation pond, which is the monster race's supreme treasure. Don't make a fuss, you will see many things here that you would never have thought possible before." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "It's me who is making a fuss." Suddenly remembering something, he quickly asked, "Demon General Menguo, have you heard of him?" Hearing this, Shui Ling's expression changed greatly. "You know him? Is there really such a person?" Yang Kai was surprised. He had just asked casually, but looking at Shui Ling's reaction, This person should be a very powerful character. When Yang Kai had gone to the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's evil cavern for life experience, a strange change had occurred inside the evil cavern. The four masters under the profound Ghost King's command, Chi Mei, Wang, and Qi, had entered the evil cavern to investigate the truth, but a powerful existence had emerged from the evil spirit spring, instantly killing two of them and severely injuring the other two. In the end, Yang Kai had used the demon sealing chain to destroy that powerful existence. Before he died, he had said that he was a strand of the demon General Mungo's divine clone. He had also warned Yang Kai to be careful because he had remembered Yang Kai's aura. Yang Kai had never been able to figure out what the demon general's identity was, but now that he heard Shui Ling mention the demon race, he suddenly remembered. He's not a human, he's a master from the demon race. Shui Ling stared at Yang Kai, a look of horror appearing on her face, smiling bitterly. You're really strange, you've obviously been in that world all this time, so how did you come to know the demon General Mungo? Yang Kai briefly explained what had happened inside the evil cavern. Shui Ling's face went pale as she directed a sympathetic look towards Yang Kai. You actually injured a strand of his divine clone. If you ever hear his name in the future, avoid him at all costs. This master from the demon race is not someone you can afford to provoke. How powerful is he? Yang Kai asked. According to what you said, his divine clone has the cultivation of a transcendent realm master, while his true body is a peak saint realm master. I don't know exactly how strong he is, but many masters in the human territory fear him. Yang Kai took a deep breath, never having expected that the one he had offended in the past would actually be such a master. Gently nodding, I understand. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold and he quickly stood up and glanced to the side. Shui Ling also frowned and followed his gaze. In that direction, the auras of some immortal ascension boundary cultivators were rapidly approaching, and although they were doing their best to conceal themselves, they couldn't escape Yang Kai's perception. Moreover, from the direction they were moving, it was obvious they were targeting the two of them. Looks like we'll have a chance to figure out where we are. Yang Kai winked at Shui Ling. Shui Ling smiled knowingly, her expression calm. She found that following Yang Kai, her courage seemed to have grown a lot. In this situation, if it had been before, she would have definitely left this place quickly to avoid getting into trouble. A moment later, the figures of 7 or 8 people appeared in front of Yang Kai. The one leading them was a woman with a mature figure, full and slender, wearing a light blue slit robe that accentuated her wonderful figure. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as a playful expression appeared on his face. After arriving in Tongshen realm, the first thing he saw was actually a beautiful woman. This was quite a pleasant surprise. The gloomy expression on her face made her seem somewhat unhappy. The 6 or 7 people behind her also wore menacing expressions, but after seeing Yang Kai and Shui Ling, they immediately released their anger. The bad attitude of this group of people made Yang Kai somewhat puzzled, wondering just how he had offended them. However, with great skill and courage, Yang Kai simply stood there quietly. The woman leading the group quickly arrived a few dozen meters in front of him and coldly glared at him and Shui Ling, her face filled with annoyance. Who are you and why are you here? Not allowing any explanation, she coldly asked. We're just passing through. Yang Kai replied casually, we accidentally strayed into this swamp and lost our way. May I ask where we are? You're asking me where we are? The woman became even angrier. You dare ask me where we are? And because we really can't find our way out. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. When he and Shui Ling came from the Tianlang dynasty, they had suffered a lot in the abandoned earth, and when they fell into this swamp, they had also rolled around in the mud, so now they both looked extremely sloppy and travel-worn, as if they had lost their way. If it's convenient, can you tell us where we are? Yang Kai smiled pleasantly and continued to ask, flashing his white teeth, looking completely harmless to humans and animals. Convenient? Why wouldn't it be convenient? Sneering, she waved her hand and said, Ji Hong, capture these two. If we can't obtain the scarlet blood orchid, we'll take them back. Yes, young lady. The big bearded man heard this and immediately led the others to take action. Wait, Yang Kai raised his hand. Although he could see the hostility of this group of people after all, he had only just come out, so Yang Kai didn't want to easily provoke trouble. This group of people all had immortal ascension boundary cultivations, and acting together, it seemed like they were all from the same force. It wouldn't be difficult to kill them, but if he got into trouble because of this, the gains would not be worth the losses. What's more, those few words had left Kai Yang extremely confused. Being targeted like this for no reason, Yang Kai felt wronged. What's Scarlet Blood Orchid? Yang Kai frowned and asked. A world spirit treasure? Shui Ling was quite knowledgeable and immediately pointed out the mystery. That's right, it's a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. Furthermore, it's a 1,000-year-old 7-leaved scarlet blood orchid. What does it have to do with us? We didn't see this world spirit treasure. Yang Kai defended himself, thinking that these people wouldn't think he had snatched their treasure, right? I didn't say you saw it. Ha. Yang Kai chuckled, suddenly feeling that it wasn't right to capture these two people without any explanation, so he patiently asked, let me ask you, just now you two broke through your bottleneck and broke through, right? And what's wrong? Kai Yang was a little impatient. She looked beautiful, but her words were all over the place, without any focus, making him more and more confused. The commotion caused by his breakthrough had been too obvious, so Yang Kai didn't try to hide it, naturally admitting to it. That's right, because of the commotion caused by your breakthrough, the scarlet blood orchid was scared away, wasting our efforts over the past month. Tell me, isn't that your fault? Yang Kai was stunned, exchanging a glance with Shui Ling, both of them somewhat helpless. Connecting the dots, Yang Kai quickly realized what was going on. He had seen world spirit treasures before. The yin-yang monster ginseng and the 9 yin-yuan condensing dew were all world spirit treasures with their own consciousness, capable of avoiding danger, seeking fortune and avoiding disaster. If the commotion caused by his breakthrough had indeed alarmed the scarlet blood orchid, it was possible. Originally, Yang Kai was quite annoyed, but after understanding the situation, he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry, we didn't know you were interested in that world spirit treasure. If we had known, ahem, Yang Kai said helplessly. Even if they had known, breaking through wasn't something he could suppress. Although it was an unintentional mistake, he was still responsible for it. It could only be said that these people's luck was really bad. Apologizing is useless. Sneering, that scarlet blood orchid is of great use to us. It's not something that can be solved with just a few words. Then what do you want? The apologetic look on Yang Kai's face quickly disappeared, replaced by a somewhat cynical one as he sneered at them. If this group of people had been polite, Yang Kai might have been willing to compensate them for their losses, but their aggressive attitude made Yang Kai feel very disgusted, so there was no need for him to show weakness. If they really wanted to fight, Yang Kai was confident he could kill these people within 10 breaths. It was just a matter of whether they were tactful or not. Yang Kai's sudden change in attitude caused Shui Ling's expression to become cold. What's wrong? In my Bold Independent Union's territory, you want to start a fight? Bold Independent Union? Shui Ling suddenly laughed. So you're from Bold Independent Union, so this place should be Western Jersey Swamp. Nodding, Yang Kai stared suspiciously at Shui Ling. Your eyesight seems to be quite good. Who are you? Shui Ling smiled. I'm from Water Spirit Temple. Hearing this, all the other 6 or 7 people's expressions changed as they stared at Shui Ling in shock. Yang Kai carefully observed the situation and secretly felt that Water Spirit Temple's influence here wasn't as weak as he thought. Chapter 617. Shui Ling had revealed a lot of information to Yang Kai before and even bluntly admitted that if one were to compare the forces of the Great Han Dynasty, Water Spirit Temple could barely be considered a first-class force because it had a Saint Realm Master. Her modesty had caused Yang Kai to mistakenly think that Water Spirit Temple wasn't anything special. But now, seeing the expressions of these people from Bold Independent Union change, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the force Shui Ling came from wasn't too bad after all. At the very least, when the leader of this group heard the words Water Spirit Temple, his expression became dignified, the hostility in their eyes diminishing significantly, replaced by a trace of dread. Glancing over at Xue Ling hesitantly, the leader of this group stepped back a few steps and began whispering to each other. Not knowing what they were talking about, Yang Kai didn't intend to pry into their conversation and simply waited quietly. Xue Ling's expression relaxed. She hadn't figured out where she was before, so she didn't dare reveal her identity, but after hearing these people say she was from Bold Independent Union, she no longer had any scruples. Because Water Spirit Temple wasn't too far from Bold Independent Union, a round trip would only take half a month. On top of that, the two sides would occasionally trade with one another, so they could be considered friends. The people from Bold Independent Union whispered to each other while glancing over at Yang Kai and Xue Ling, seemingly trying to determine the authenticity of Xue Ling's words. After a while, one of them let out a sigh of relief and called out to Xue Ling, "Girl, you say you're from Water Spirit Temple. Do you have any proof?" "I do," Xue Ling smiled, taking out a blue jade token and tossing it over to Yang Kai. Catching it, Xue Ling examined it carefully, her expression becoming more and more dignified as she nodded. "This jade token does contain a trace of water attribute, so it should have been carved by a water attribute master. Unfortunately, we have never seen such a jade token, so we can't be certain you are a disciple of Water Spirit Temple." Saying so, she tossed the jade token back, the hostility on her face converging greatly, but she was still somewhat vigilant. After pondering for a moment, she said, "How about this, if it's convenient, can you two come to my Bold Independent Union for a few days? If we can find out that this young lady is indeed a disciple of the Water God Temple, then today's matter will be treated as if it never happened." If not, She used both the carrot and the stick in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. It also displayed her meticulous thinking and ability to adapt on the spot. "Good," Xue Ling giggled, not refusing. In any case, her identity wasn't fake. As long as these people from Bold Independent Union inquired about it, they would definitely understand. "Yang Kai, what do you think?" Xue Ling also consulted Yang Kai's opinion. After all, Yang Kai's personality was one that was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Now that the two of them were obviously under house arrest, if they provoked Yang Kai into a fit of rage, they might end up fighting. Yang Kai shrugged. "It doesn't matter. I don't know where to go anyway." Xue Ling couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Gangwen nodded, "Please." Saying so, she led the way while Yang Kai and Xue Ling followed behind. The other 6 or 7 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters followed behind Yang Kai and Xue Ling, forming a circle around them. This action was enough to show just how cautious they were. Walking through the swamp, they were intentionally or unintentionally asking Xue Ling for information. Xue Ling wasn't afraid and naturally didn't try to hide anything. The more they talked, the more they felt that Xue Ling wasn't lying. "By the way, what was that scarlet blood orchid you mentioned?" Xue Ling asked casually. Smiling bitterly, Xue Ling didn't try to hide anything and immediately explained what had just happened. After listening, Xue Ling turned her head and stuck out her tongue at Yang Kai. Yang Kai wore an innocent expression, not knowing that the others were at a critical juncture. Once it escapes, it won't appear for at least half a year. It's very likely that it will leave this swamp, making it difficult to find it again, Gangwen sighed. "Is the scarlet blood orchid very important to you?" "It's not very important to us, but it is essential to the young master of Langya Blessed Land. We promised to hand over the scarlet blood orchid to Langya Blessed Land after half a month, but now that we've lost a world spirit treasure, we don't know how to explain it." "Langya Blessed Land's young master, Mu Hui? Is he injured?" Xue Ling was surprised. "Does young lady know young Master Mu?" "And I do." Xue Ling nodded. Her eyes flashed and she suddenly smiled, her attitude becoming much more amiable. "It seems that young lady really is from Water Spirit Temple." "Of course, our Water Spirit Temple has a good relationship with Langya Blessed Land. Since Mu Hui needs it, I can help you." "HM?" Pausing, Xue Ling stared at her curiously. "That scarlet blood orchid disappeared into the swamp, right?" "Take me to where it disappeared, I'll see if I can find it again." The group from Bold Independent Union stared blankly at Shui Ling for a moment before shaking their heads and smiling wryly. "Young lady, we appreciate your kindness, but the bottom of this swamp is muddy waters several thousand meters deep. Even a water attribute master wouldn't be able to find it. I know that all of you from Water Spirit Temple specialize in water attribute secret arts and martial skills, but I'm not only proficient in water attribute secret arts." Shui Ling smiled confidently. Shui Ling possessed the water spirit body, a special physique that allowed her to display 10 to 20% of her full strength wherever there was water. After hesitating for a moment, Shui Ling nodded and turned in a different direction. "Then come with me." With things having gotten to this point, she decided to let Shui Ling give it a try. Even if she didn't succeed, it didn't matter. If she succeeded, then Bold Independent Union would be able to give Langya Blessed Land an explanation half a month later. A short time later, the group arrived at the place where the scarlet blood orchid had escaped. In this swamp, Yang Kai felt some barriers and traps and immediately understood that these people weren't lying. They really had been trying to capture the scarlet blood orchid but had failed at the last moment. "It's here." Yang Kai pointed to the swamp in front of him and said. Yang Kai released his divine sense slightly and probed the ground nearby but didn't find much. There was no reason for others to help her for no reason. Faced with the temptation of a world spirit treasure and a spirit-grade top-rank material, they really might not be able to return after taking those two treasures. That's unlikely. Ji Hong was also dumbfounded. Then why did she only ask that man to help her? She was clearly taking advantage of this opportunity to meet up with him so she could leave after obtaining those treasures. These words were quite reasonable, causing the people from Bold Independent Union to be filled with righteous indignation, each of them cursing loudly. Ji Hong's expression became uglier and uglier, wanting to chase after them to see what was going on, but without a water attribute master, it was quite dangerous to move around in the depths of the swamp. Ji Hong spread out his divine sense but was unable to detect any aura. His heart instantly turned cold. Chapter 6:18. His cold was getting worse, and his daughter had also caught a cold, causing him to feel depressed. Under the swamp, the sky was dark and there was no light at all. Yang Kai followed Shui Ling all the way down. Wrapped in the bubble created by Shui Ling, Yang Kai didn't feel bored and his breathing was smooth. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai was able to clearly see his surroundings. As they fell, it seemed that his words weren't necessary. The bottom of this swamp was indeed several thousand meters deep. Only someone like Shui Ling, who possessed the water spirit body, could move freely in this place. If it were anyone else, even if they were proficient in water attribute strength, they would likely be unable to move freely. As they fell, Yang Kai gradually began to feel a slight chill, one that became more and more intense as time passed. After a long time, Shui Ling was unable to bear the cold and her teeth began to chatter. Yang Kai quickly released his Yuan Qi and the water bubble immediately produced a very comfortable temperature, dispelling all the cold. "Bringing you down here was the right decision," Shui Ling giggled. Shui Ling giggled. Yang Kai's control over his own strength had already reached a transcendent level. Just now, if he had brought that young man from Bold Independent Union here, Shui Ling even suspected that the fire attribute energy he released would have conflicted with her water bubble. Yang Kai was different. He could disperse the cold without damaging the water bubble she created. Gradually, a ray of light appeared from below, and looking down, it seemed like there was a white flame burning in the air. However, it was a bit far away and there was a thick layer of ice in the middle, making it difficult for Yang Kai to see what it was. "Those flickering flames are the ice flame star sand. The scarlet blood orchid is inside that sand," Shui Ling explained. Shui Ling explained, "The ice at the bottom is about a few dozen meters thick. Can you break it open quietly?" Yang Kai nodded gently. "I'll try." Saying so, he jumped out of the water bubble. Suddenly, Kai Yang felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his body. He couldn't help but stiffen, and his bones began to creak. Without the protection of Shui Ling's water bubble, Yang Kai felt the pressure of the water around him. If you really can't, don't force yourself, Shui Ling said. Yang Kai responded and waited for a while. After he got used to the huge water pressure, he started to move. A scorching hot true yang yuan qi burst out from the center of his palm. Like an indestructible sharp blade, it melted a large hole in the ice in front of him, enough for a person to pass through. The yuan qi fiercely spewed out, and Yang Kai's movements were like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. This ordinary layer of ice simply could not withstand the burning of the true yang yuan qi. Shui Ling wrapped herself in the bubble and followed behind Yang Kai, quickly diving down. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yang Kai broke through the ice layer that was dozens of feet high. The two of them quickly arrived in front of the jumping and burning ice flame star sand. You collect the star sand, I'll go deal with that scarlet blood orchid. Shui Ling was very excited and immediately rushed towards the scarlet blood orchid. From the water below, a mysterious force quickly appeared and bound the surrounding space, trapping the scarlet blood orchid in a small area. Yang Kai glanced over but didn't pay much attention to it, simply collecting the jumping flames into his black book space. These lumps of jumping and burning flame-like things were actually grains of star sand, but they looked different from ordinary sand. They were very beautiful, and they were bone-piercingly cold to the touch. They were full of spiritual energy. Yang Kai also knew he had picked up a treasure. Coming across such an opportunity as soon as he arrived in Tongxian realm was a good sign. There weren't many star sand grains, only about 100 of them. When Yang Kai finished collecting them, Shui Ling also rushed over with a happy expression, holding a 7-leaf world spirit plant in her hand and beckoning to Yang Kai. She could control the power of the water flow, so under the water, the scarlet blood orchid couldn't escape from her grasp. Yang Kai smiled lightly and jumped into her water bubble. Let's go up, that group of people should be anxious, Shui Ling smiled, guessing the thoughts of the group from Bold Independent Union. Above the swamp, the group from Bold Independent Union wore ugly expressions as they waited quietly. The big bearded man suddenly cursed, "It's been almost an hour yet those two still haven't come up, they must have run away. Don't let me see them again, if I see them, I'll tear them into 10,000 pieces." Shui Ling shouted, "Don't speak nonsense. That girl should really be a disciple of Water Spirit Temple, and her status isn't low either." "Young lady, how do you know?" "She's a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, having such a cultivation at such a young age. How could she not have some status in Water Spirit Temple? A person with such an identity shouldn't lie to us." As she spoke, her voice lowered, as if she was trying to comfort herself and convince herself to trust Shui Ling. Even if she has some status, so what? The scarlet blood orchid and ice flame star sand are both extraordinary treasures. It's hard to say they won't be tempted by them. If that's the case, then we can only admit defeat. Yu sighed. We can only blame ourselves for not having the ability to take these two treasures for ourselves. Ta! Sighs rang out. In this world, those with ability could obtain good things, while those without ability could only look on enviously. This kind of situation was not uncommon. Often, some treasures would be discovered by others and obtained by the strong, while the weak could only look on with envy. "Hey, there's movement!" Suddenly, the bearded man exclaimed, his eyes flashing as he stared down at the swamp below. From down below, the aura of energy was rapidly rising. The group from Bold Independent Union immediately relaxed, feeling as if a big stone had been lifted from their hearts. A moment later, a bubble wrapped around Yang Kai and Shui Ling emerged. Landing on the ground, Shui Ling hurriedly asked, "You should have brought special containers to store world spirit treasures, right?" "Yes, we did." Nodding quickly, Yang Kai opened a small bag at his waist and took out a jade basin carved from white jade, engraved with a number of spirit array patterns. Yang Kai secretly observed and found that this was actually a universe bag. Shui Ling nodded lightly, "You're well prepared." Saying so, she handed the scarlet blood orchid over. Hesitating for a moment, Shui Ling happily reached out and accepted it. "Thank you." His attitude was sincere, without the slightest trace of falsehood. Placing the scarlet blood orchid into the jade basin, Shui Ling formed a few seals and the spirit array on the jade basin quickly activated, imprisoning this world's spirit treasure inside. What about the ice flame star sand? The bearded man glanced around and couldn't help asking. Jihong. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he shouted. Haha, I was just asking. Ji Hong scratched his head awkwardly before turning to Yang Kai and smiling. Brother, don't mind me, I'm a very curious person. It doesn't matter if you don't say anything, I know you must have obtained it. Yang Kai smiled lightly, suddenly realizing that this big man was actually quite interesting. Although he said he was just asking, he was actually trying to find out the whereabouts of the ice flame star sand. And we've obtained it, Yang Kai nodded. Good luck, brother, I'm so envious. Ji Hong smacked his lips, not bothering to hide his thoughts. Helplessly shaking his head, Ji Hong turned to Shui Ling and said, Young lady, you've helped us so much this time, Bold Independent Union is extremely grateful. And, according to the rules of the Union, each of us can receive 20 crystal stones as a reward. As the team leader, I can receive 50, so I'll give you 80% of the reward as a token of my gratitude. How about it? There were a total of 8 people, 7 of them receiving 20 crystal stones, 50 crystal stones, a total of 190 crystal stones. 80% would be 152 crystal stones. This kind of generosity immediately caused her team members to feel quite distressed. However, thinking about it carefully, if it weren't for Shui Ling and Yang Kai, they wouldn't have received even that 20% and would have even been punished, so their mood was much better. Shui Ling smiled and pointed to Yang Kai. Give it to him, I don't need these crystal stones. Yang Kai's expression changed, but he didn't ask any more questions. Although he didn't know what crystal stones were or how much value they represented, looking at the expressions of these people, he realized that crystal stones should be quite valuable. Very well. Ji Hong smiled. In addition, if the two of you are willing to sell the ice flame star sand, we can discuss it in detail. I guarantee you will be satisfied with the price. Hee hee. Shui Ling giggled. We don't intend to sell this spirit-grade top-rank artifact refining material, we'll keep it for our own use. So that's how it is. A little disappointed, Ji Hong didn't insist, instead saying, let's not talk about this for now, the two of you should think about it carefully. Once you've made up your mind, feel free to tell me. This place is only 3 days away from our Bold Independent Union's headquarters, Bold Independent City. Would the two of you be willing to return with us so we can properly entertain you? After this incident, there was no longer any hostility between them. Instead, there was now some intent to make friends. Shui Ling glanced over at Yang Kai, to which Yang Kai gently nodded, indicating that he would accept. Shui Ling then nodded, Good, I was just about to find a place to rest. Please. Saying so, Shui Ling glanced over at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to re-examine him. The exchange of glances between Shui Ling and Yang Kai just now had not escaped Shui Ling's notice. She couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. Shui Ling seemed to have a very high status in Water Spirit Temple, so why did she seem to follow this young man's lead? Why did she always ask for his opinion on everything? What kind of background did this young man have that even a high-ranking disciple of Water Spirit Temple would care so much about him? Puzzled, Shui Ling couldn't help feeling a little interested in Yang Kai. Along the way, the atmosphere was harmonious. Shui Ling intended to inquire about Yang Kai's identity, so naturally she asked him a few questions, but Yang Kai's answers were watertight, leaving Shui Ling at a loss for what to do. After a brief conversation, Yang Kai and Shui Ling learned that this young woman was called Yun Xian and was the captain of one of Bold Independent Union's teams. The 6 or 7 people before them were members of this team. Bold Independent Union was somewhat different from other great forces in that it was formed by a number of teams. Its main purpose was to sell various cultivation materials and finished products. These teams were constantly on the move all year round, searching for a variety of business opportunities and materials for Bold Independent Union, bringing them profits while Bold Independent Union provided these cultivator with a comfortable and safe cultivation environment. Chapter 619. As a result, Bold Independent Union was very prestigious among the cultivators who did not belong to any sect. Many people hoped to join Bold Independent Union in order to seek some benefits. It was also for this reason that although Bold Independent Union had a large number of disciples, it didn't have many true masters. Compared to other great forces, it was always a bit weak. When Yun Xian heard that Shui Ling was a disciple of Water Spirit Temple, her expression became dignified because of this concern. She didn't dare offend Water Spirit Temple easily. However, now that the Scarlet Blood Orchid had been obtained by this group of people and could successfully complete their mission, it didn't matter whether Shui Ling was a disciple of Water Spirit Temple or not. 2 days later, the group left the swamp. Another day later, a huge city located in the middle of the wilderness entered Yang Kai's eyes. This was Bold Independent City, the headquarters of Bold Independent Union. These 3 days of walking allowed Yang Kai to truly appreciate the richness of Tongxian Realm's world energy aura. From the conversations of these people, he also learned about the richness of this land. There were many things here that he wouldn't have dared to dream of in his original world, as well as many famous masters. Yang Kai's horizons had been broadened greatly, and even his state of mind seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. At the gate of Bold Independent City, there were a few people dressed as guards who were inspecting the passers-by. They just watched vigilantly without any intention of stopping them. Under the leadership of Yun Xian, the group easily entered the city. The bustling atmosphere was overwhelming. Countless cultivators were passing by, like a school of carps crossing the river, flowing in an endless stream. Yun Xian smiled and explained, "Because our Bold Independent Union mainly deals in materials for cultivation, our headquarters is very lively. Many people like to come here to buy some alchemy and artifact refining materials. In this world, besides the Merchant Union's headquarters, our Bold Independent City's goods flow the most frequently. However, the Merchant Union does business with 3 parties. This is something we can't compare to." 3 parties? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. That's right, the Merchant Union's shopping center is located in the neutral territory. Their business deals with both the demon race and the monster race, didn't you know? Yun Xian's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared at Yang Kai in confusion. "I don't go out much, so I don't know much about the outside world," Yang Kai answered casually, looking calm. Yun Xian simply nodded and didn't ask any more questions, lest she upset Yang Kai. After being together for 3 days, she could see that Yang Kai was relatively taciturn, showing a strong curiosity and interest in things that were common to them. This was clearly a sign of inexperience. However, his mind was very heavy and he wasn't shallow, so if there was something he didn't understand, he wouldn't ask too many questions and would simply observe with his own eyes. This made Yun Xian a little confused, wondering whether this young man was just a fledgling or a seasoned veteran. All in all, whenever Yun Xian faced him, she felt an inexplicable sense of pressure. "If it's convenient for the 2 of you, please come to our team's house. We've purchased a house in the city and the environment is quite good." Yun Xian extended an invitation. "Good." Shui Ling readily agreed. She couldn't wait to find a place to wash her body. During this time, she had been in such a hurry that she was covered in dirt. "Ji Hong, take them there," Yun Xian ordered. The big bearded man nodded. "Leave it to me." "Please go ahead first. We still have to go to the union to hand over our tasks. We'll return once we're done." Yang Kai nodded and followed behind the big bearded man with Shui Ling, heading towards a certain direction in the city. After walking for a short time, the pair arrived in front of a large house. Ji Hong enthusiastically led the 2 of them inside before calling for a servant to prepare a bath for Yang Kai and Shui Ling, arranging for them to rest and bathe in, showing great enthusiasm. The environment of the house was quite sloppy, and although it was located in the downtown area, it was protected by a barrier so there wasn't much noise. Since he was already here, Kai Yang didn't feel the slightest discomfort. When it was time for dinner, a servant came to inform them that dinner had been prepared. Yang Kai went out and was surprised to find that Shui Ling had returned to her usual appearance and was waiting for him outside. The 2 of them smiled at each other and left together. At the banquet, Yun Xian's team was very hospitable and came forward to offer a toast. Shui Ling said she didn't want to drink while Yang Kai didn't refuse, enjoying the wine and delicacies of this foreign territory. Yun Xian handed Yang Kai the 152 crystal stones she had previously agreed upon and smiled. Use them sparingly, don't go out and indulge yourself in wine and debauchery. There are too many temptations in bold independent city that you can't resist, especially for a little brat like you, hee. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes sparkled, probably because she had drunk a bit of wine. Her tone had become much more presumptuous, her cheeks flushed red and her breath sweet, making her look extremely attractive. When the bearded man and the others saw Yun Xian's appearance, they all abandoned Yang Kai and began trying to get her drunk with ulterior motives. Yun Xian didn't refuse either of them, causing Yang Kai to be dumbfounded. After half the night had passed, Yang Kai and Shui Ling left one after another. The people from bold independent union still persisted, but only Ji Hong was left. Everyone else had been cleanly defeated by Yun Xian. Returning to his room, Yang Kai took out the crystal stones from the black book space and carefully examined them, his eyes lighting up. He found that these crystal stones contained a huge amount of pure energy that could be absorbed by any cultivator to supplement their yuan qi. Although he had quietly asked Shui Ling about the mysteries of these crystal stones before, Yang Kai hadn't realized how precious they were until now. If they had these things, the cultivator in the other world could also rapidly improve their cultivation, but unfortunately, they didn't have such convenient conditions. Crystal stones were a hard currency in Tongxian realm. They could be used for cultivation, alchemy, artifact refining, and were the standard for measuring the value of goods. Yang Kai couldn't help marveling, never having imagined that such a thing existed in this world. Since arriving in Tongxian realm, it was as if he had stepped into a completely new world. Everything felt so strange and novel to him. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai released his divine sense slightly and after confirming the identity of the visitor, he waved his hand and opened the door, allowing Shui Ling to walk in under the moonlight. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked. "Nothing, I just couldn't sleep so I came to talk to you." Shui Ling sat down on a chair and poured herself a cup of tea. "I saw you go out during the day. Was it to report to your family that you were safe?" "You noticed?" Shui Ling looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "And it was to report to my family. Bold Independent Union has a branch of our water spirit temple, so I went to report to them. After all, I've been missing for more than 2 years. In about half a month, someone will come to pick me up. Who are you in Water Spirit Temple? It seems your status isn't low." "Ha, my father is Water Spirit Temple's temple master." Yang Kai raised his brow. "So you're Water Spirit Temple's little princess." Shui Ling spat disdainfully. "So what if I'm the little princess? When I was in your house, you could bully me however you wanted. Yang Kai smiled. "You wouldn't want to take revenge now, would you?" "I'm not that bored," Shui Ling disdained. Shui Ling simply disdained these words. Yang Kai bringing her back was already enough for her to be grateful, so how could she still think about revenge? "But speaking of which, I have a request I hope you'll listen to." Shui Ling's expression suddenly became serious. "Oh, can you join our Water Spirit Temple?" Shui Ling went straight to the point. Yang Kai looked at her strangely and frowned. "Why do you want me to join?" "Because I've seen many miracles in you, and I believe that with your ability, you will definitely achieve great things in Tongxian realm in the future, so I hope you can join our Water Spirit Temple. As long as you agree, I can provide you with the best cultivation environment and help you quickly improve your strength. Right, the main reason you came here is to find those friends of yours, right? With my Water Spirit Temple's help, it will be much more convenient. Your conditions are quite generous." Yang Kai's mouth curled into a playful smile. "You are worthy of such conditions, and I have the ability to fulfill them." "I believe," Yang Kai nodded, "Shui Ling was the little princess of Water Spirit Temple, so she did have this ability. Then do you agree or not?" Shui Ling asked expectantly. Yang Kai shook his head and said seriously, "Thank you for thinking so highly of me, but you've lived in the central capital for so long, you should understand what kind of person I am." "Of course I understand. I won't restrict you in any way. As long as you join Water Spirit Temple, everything else is up to you. Joining Water Spirit Temple is the biggest restriction, Yang Kai smiled. Sure enough. Shui Ling sighed faintly. Although she knew that there was an 80% chance that her proposal would be impossible to achieve, she still couldn't help but try to persuade him, hoping that after drinking so much wine this evening, Yang Kai would suddenly agree. Now it seemed that he was more sober than ever. Forget it, I won't force you, but if one day you are willing to come to Water Spirit Temple, you must let me know. Yang Kai didn't comment. The night passed silently, and the next day, Yun Xian came over and offered to take Yang Kai and Shui Ling to see the sights of bold independent city. Yang Kai just happened to want to experience the customs of this foreign territory, so naturally he didn't refuse. Looking at her nonchalant expression, Yang Kai suddenly had a striking understanding of this woman's forthright drinking capacity. According to the servants in the house, all of the men in Yun Xian's group had been knocked out last night, and Yun Xian had drunk a few jars of wine by herself before giving up. This kind of drinking capacity surprised Yang Kai, and he couldn't help giving her a sidelong glance. Bold independent city wasn't small, and although it wasn't as large as the central capital in terms of area, it was still a behemoth compared to the cities of that world. From time to time, some strange monster beasts would fly through the sky, each of these monster beasts carrying a cultivator on their back. In addition to using these monster beasts as mounts, there were also some artifacts specifically used to carry people in flight, each of them in a different shape, but all of them were beautifully decorated, swaggering through the streets. Yun Xian had said that those who dared to fly over bold independent city were all people of a certain status, while people like them could only obediently walk below. Chapter 620. Today I need to rest. Differences in social class and status existed in every place. Bold independent city was indeed lively and prosperous. Yang Kai observed as he walked, noticing the cultivation levels and numbers of cultivator passing by, a slight shock in his heart. It seemed that in Tong Xian realm, immortal ascension boundary cultivators were a very common group. 60% of the cultivators he encountered in bold independent city were immortal ascension boundary cultivators, and occasionally he would encounter a few transcendent realm masters. In the other world, immortal ascension boundary was already considered a high-level cultivator. In some places, even Yuan Qi boundary cultivators could dominate, but here, immortal ascension boundary cultivators were nothing. Following Yun Xian into a large hall, Yang Kai found that there were many cultivator entering and exiting this hall. Most of the people who entered had nervous and expectant expressions, while those who left were either happy or annoyed. This made Yang Kai very confused, wondering what this place was all about. Inside the hall, there were many rooms, and outside each of these rooms, there were many cultivator waiting in line. Yun Xian led Yang Kai and Shui Ling to one of the innermost rooms of the building. Inside this room, the floor was covered with a thick soft blanket and the surrounding walls were carved with many lifelike patterns. In the middle of the room was an incense burner lit with precious incense, giving the room a warm feeling. A fat old man sat in an armchair with an arrogant expression on his face, staring coldly at a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator in front of him, his expression somewhat impatient. When Yang Kai followed Yun Xian to the door, he happened to hear the old man faintly say to the cultivator, "Without the blue sky poison feather, this old master can't repair this artifact for you. What's more, you're not a disciple of my bold independent union, so the reward should be increased by 20%. Not only do you not have the materials, but you also don't have enough reward, so how can this old master help? Who do you think this old master is?" Saying so, the old man gently waved his hand. "Go. Find the materials, collect the reward, then come find this old master, or you can go find another artifact refiner. The reward they ask won't be as high as this old master's." "Master?" The cultivator still wanted to beg, but the old man glared at him. He immediately swallowed the rest of his words. With a dejected expression, he shook his head helplessly and turned to leave. After passing through the door, Yang Kai let out a heavy sigh. Looking at the artifact in his hand and thinking about what the old man had said, he suddenly understood where he was. The old man sitting inside also noticed Yun Xian outside at this moment and couldn't help smiling as he beckoned to her. "Miss Yun, come in." Yun Xian smiled and walked in. "Grandmaster Ma." The old man smiled wholeheartedly, without the slightest trace of impatience and arrogance he had when facing the cultivator, instead becoming extremely amiable. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what kind of charm Yun Xian had that could make this old man's attitude change so much. Even if she was a member of Bold Independent Union, she probably wouldn't act like this. Moreover, the way this old man looked at her was quite kind, like an elder looking at a junior, without the slightest obscenity. "Did you break some kind of artifact?" Grandmaster Ma smiled bitterly and shook his head, reaching out his hand. "Take it out and let me see." Yun Xian stuck out her tongue playfully, and with a wave of her hand, a flash of light appeared in her palm. Yang Kai looked closely and found that it was a spear-shaped artifact with arcs of lightning flashing across its surface. The grade of this artifact was obviously not low. It really was a case of someone delivering a pillow to him when he was feeling sleepy, saving him the trouble of looking for one himself. Grandmaster Ma reached out and took the bone shield, gently stroking it while releasing his yuan qi to feel its internal structure. Suddenly, his face went black as he shouted in annoyance, "Which bastard refined this artifact?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know." Incompetent, too incompetent. Although the materials used in this artifact aren't expensive, it shouldn't have been refined into such a low-grade artifact. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Mysterious grade low rank, in the other world, was already a grade that would make anyone jealous, but after being evaluated by Grandmaster Ma, it was completely worthless. This technique is also extremely clumsy. The artifact refiner who refined this artifact should be dragged out and killed, Grandmaster Ma said with an annoyed look. Yun Xian whispered, "Grandmaster Ma has very strict requirements for artifact refining." Yang Kai nodded gently. He could also see that this Grandmaster Ma was obsessed with the art of artifact refining. Not only was he strict with himself, but he was also quite strict with other artifact refiners. Grandmaster Ma looked up at Yang Kai again and said suspiciously, "Yun Xian said you came from a remote place, and it seems you are right. Only a remote corner would use this outdated method to refine artifacts. This method has thousands of years of history and has long since been phased out." "Can Grandmaster Ma repair this artifact?" Yang Kai asked. "As long as you have the materials, I can repair it." Grandmaster Ma smiled confidently. "What materials do you have?" Yang Kai thought for a moment and remembered that he only had the ice flame star sand he had obtained a few days ago, quickly taking it out and asking, "Will this do?" "Spirit grade top rank ice flame star sand?" Grandmaster Ma's expression suddenly became excited as he stared at the ice blue flame dancing on Yang Kai's hand. After this grain of star sand was taken out, the temperature in the room suddenly dropped, and both Yun Xian and Shui Ling couldn't help shivering. Perceiving their abnormalities, Yang Kai quickly circulated his yuan qi to wrap the ice flame star sand in order to prevent its chill from leaking out. Grandmaster Ma's eyes lit up as he secretly nodded, thinking that this little brat's yuan qi was quite pure and his control of yuan qi was quite good. Although his knowledge wasn't deep, he still had some means. "The ice flame star sand can indeed be used to repair this artifact of yours." Grandmaster Ma restrained his excited expression and nodded lightly. Although spirit-grade top-rank materials were very precious, as a top artifact refiner in Artifact Hall, he had seen countless precious materials, so naturally he wouldn't lose his composure. "But it's a bit overkill. This is a spirit-grade top-rank material while this artifact of yours is only mysterious-grade low-rank. You should be able to see the difference between the two, but using this ice flame star sand on this bone shield." Grandmaster Ma's mouth twitched slightly. "What a waste. As long as it can repair the bone shield," Yang Kai insisted. "Do you really want to do this?" Yang Kai nodded. Grandmaster Ma frowned but no longer tried to persuade him. In any case, the artifact and materials belonged to Yang Kai, so he could use them however he wanted. Letting out a sigh of relief, Grandmaster Ma said. Good, since you say so, this old master will do it, but if you want to repair this artifact, the ice flame star sand alone won't be enough, you also need another material. What kind of material? Yong Kai asked. Profound mist iron or sky cicada jade, either of these materials will do. If you find the former, I can help you refine this bone shield into a mysterious grade mid-rank artifact. If you find the latter, I can refine it into a mysterious grade top rank or even a spirit grade artifact. It all depends on your own ability, Grandmaster Ma said proudly. Profound mist iron, sky cicada jade? Yong Kai was stunned. One is a mysterious grade material while the other is a spirit grade material, Shui Ling explained softly. Where can I find these two materials? You'll have to find a way yourself, Grandmaster Ma snorted lightly. It seemed that Yong Kai's wasteful use of heaven's treasures had made him a little unhappy. However, as long as you have enough crystal stones, you can buy anything in Bold Independent City. Profound mist iron and sky cicada jade aren't rare treasures, so you should be able to find them in stock. If that's the case, then how many crystal stones would these two materials cost? Yong Kai asked Shui Ling. Shui Ling smiled lightly. With your current wealth, you probably can't afford them. Chapter 621. Yong Kai scratched his head awkwardly. He had thought that 150 crystal stones was already a decent amount of wealth, but when it came time to use it, he found that it was still far too little. Don't look at me like that, I don't have any crystal stones on me, Shui Ling helplessly said. She had lived in the central capital for more than 2 years and had long since consumed all the crystal stones she had brought with her. Yun Xian, who had been listening from the side, grit her teeth and said, I have a piece of sky cicada jade here. Yong Kai stared at her blankly. In any case, I don't have much use for it, so I'll just give it to you. Saying so, Yun Xian reached into the universe bag at her waist and took out a piece of pure white jade the size of a fist. Yong Kai frowned, hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took it. I'll just lend it to you. No need, Yun Xian smiled lightly. Grandmaster Ma looked at Yong Kai and then at Yun Xian, not quite understanding why Yun Xian seemed to treat this young man so well, even generously giving away such a precious material like the sky cicada jade. Was there any value in investing in a young man who came from a remote corner? Grandmaster Ma pondered. Handing over the sky cicada jade and the ice flame star sand to Grandmaster Ma, Grandmaster Ma took them and lightly coughed. You're not a disciple of my Bold Independent Union, so it stands to reason that the cost of refining and repairing an artifact is increased by 20%. Saying so, he glanced over at Yun Xian and smiled. But out of respect for Yun Xian, this old master will accept 100 crystal stones from you. You should have enough crystal stones, right? This young man was obviously very poor, so Grandmaster Ma didn't dare ask for too much, lest Yun Xian lose face. Yong Kai nodded, took out 100 crystal stones, and handed them over. Grandmaster Ma showed a satisfied expression and said, Come back in 10 days and I'll give you a brand new artifact. I promise you it won't disappoint you. Then we'll take our leave first. Yun Xian nodded lightly before leading Yong Kai and Shui Ling back the way they had come. After leaving the artifact hall, Yong Kai asked, That piece of sky cicada jade, how many crystal stones is it worth? Yun Xian smiled but didn't say anything while Shui Ling quietly gestured to him. Yong Kai's face darkened. Yong Kai didn't have many valuable things on him that he could give to Yun Xian as compensation. He wasn't prepared to reveal the myriad drug liquid and had even handed over the ice flame star sand to Grandmaster Ma. Originally, he had wanted to share some with Shui Ling, but now he could only give up. In any case, Shui Ling was the little princess of Water Spirit Temple, so she probably wouldn't care about these gains and losses. I will pay you back. Yong Kai reiterated he didn't like owing people favors, especially those he wasn't familiar with. Yun Xian showing such goodwill was obviously because of Shui Ling. Yong Kai was well aware of his own shortcomings. Yun Xian wouldn't give him such a precious material just to establish a friendship with him. I already said there's no need. Yun Xian grinned and shook her head. Good, if there's nothing else, let's go back. I still want to buy something, Yang Kai said. Oh, what do you want to buy? I'll show you the way. Yun Xian looked at him with interest. Buy some medicinal herbs. Why do you want to buy medicinal herbs? Yun Xian asked, her beautiful eyes suddenly lighting up. Are you an alchemist? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm just interested in alchemy and want to study it. Really? Shui Ling was also dumbfounded. The time she had spent with Yang Kai wasn't short, but she had never seen him perform alchemy. She knew that Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang had a very close relationship. The Transcendent Realm Master stared at Yang Kai with some surprise, seemingly unable to understand why such a young man would be so important to his young lady, even giving him a blue jade pendant. Yun Xian's beautiful eyes also flashed as she stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Although Shui Ling had lived in their house for more than 10 days and had gotten along quite well with them, Yun Xian still hadn't figured out what the relationship between Yang Kai and Shui Ling was. That's all, I'll be going now. Shui Ling smiled, turned around, and stepped onto the carriage. The Transcendent Realm Master's expression remained cold, not even sparing Yang Kai's group a single glance as he walked over to the coachman's position and pushed his true qi fiercely. The several strange beasts on the chariot flashed brightly as it shot up into the air and flew off like a bolt of lightning. Worthy of Water Spirit Temple's little princess, her carriage is truly awe-inspiring. The bearded man and the others couldn't help feeling envious. At a glance, it was obvious that this carriage was an artifact specifically designed to carry people. Its grade was not low and was not easy to refine, only a great force like Water Spirit Temple could possess one. Chapter 623. Watching Shui Ling leave, Yun Xian smiled and said, Good, I'll take you to the artifact hall to retrieve the bone shield. Grandmaster Ma should have already repaired and refined it. Yang Kai's spirits shook as he couldn't help secretly looking forward to it. Of all the artifacts he possessed, besides the soul-type sword in his knowledge sea, the only other one he had was the bone shield. Moreover, in Tong Xian realm, masters were everywhere and dangers were everywhere. Yang Kai felt that the bone shield would play a greater role, so he didn't hesitate to use the Ice Flame Star Sand and didn't refuse the Void Cicada Jade provided by Yun Xian, allowing Grandmaster Ma to repair it. With the bone shield, his life would have an additional layer of protection. Now that 10 days had passed, it was naturally time to retrieve the bone shield. When the bearded man and the others heard this, they all expressed their desire to follow and see what grade of artifact Yang Kai was using. Yun Xian was helpless and could only let them follow behind. Returning to the artifact hall from last time, Yun Xian led Yang Kai inside and into the innermost room where Grandmaster Ma was waiting. Seeing Yang Kai, he didn't say anything and simply handed over the bone shield. The brilliance of the bone shield was quite restrained and there was nothing special about it, but when Yang Kai held it in his hand, he felt that this bone shield was somewhat different from before. The pockmarks on its surface had been completely repaired and the few broken bone spurs at the edges had also been reconnected. On top of that, the bone shield was cold to the touch, clearly having the characteristics of the Ice Flame Star Sand. The bone shield's grade was much higher than before. Yang Kai smiled happily. Mysterious grade top rank, it's a pity I wasn't able to refine it into a spirit grade artifact, but it's enough. With it, any cultivator below the Transcendent Realm won't be able to break through your defenses. Even facing a Transcendent Realm Master, you'll have the strength to resist, Grandmaster Ma said lightly. Many thanks, Grandmaster. Yang Kai nodded heavily. No need, it's just business, this is what this old master does. This time I'm giving face to Yun Xian, next time you ask this old master to repair an artifact, this old master won't be so kind to you. Yang Kai gently nodded and Yun Xian smiled, then we'll take our leave. Master Ma nodded and suddenly said, Miss Yun, be careful. You don't have to risk your life. I know. Thank you for your concern, master. Leaving the artifact hall, the bearded man and the others immediately clamored to see Yang Kai's artifact. Yang Kai didn't refuse and took out the bone shield for them to examine, causing the bearded man and the others to wear envious expressions. Because although the artifacts used by these people were mysterious grade, most of them were mysterious grade low rank, and there was still a gap between them and the mysterious grade high rank bone shield. Moreover, the bone shield was obviously a defensive artifact. With this thing, it was tantamount to ensuring one's safety. For the bearded man and the others, this was a treasure that they yearned for even in their dreams. Yang Kai, we can't accompany you anymore. Yun Xian looked at him a little apologetically. The Union has issued a mission for us to leave here immediately. If you don't mind, you can continue to live in our mansion for a while, but we don't know when we'll be able to return. Yang Kai frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, I'll go with you. Go with us? Yun Xian's expression became strange, suddenly pursing her lips into a smile. Do you want to join our bold independent union? Yang Kai shook his head. I owe you a piece of sky cicada jade. I'll go with you and see if I can find any opportunities. Don't worry, I won't split the reward for your mission. When his eyes met with Yun Xian's, Yang Kai's expression became slightly unnatural while Yun Xian quickly averted her gaze, her tender body trembling slightly. Thinking back to that ferocious collision again and again, her body couldn't help heating up. Ruan Xenyu took in the expressions of the two women and smiled lightly, beckoning to Yang Kai. Little brother, come here. Yang Kai coughed dryly, stood up, walked over to the two women, and sat down, facing them calmly. Ruan Xenyu's pair of beautiful eyes swept over Yang Kai's naked upper body, marveling to herself, thinking that she really hadn't expected this young man's physique to be so good. At first glance, his muscles were filled with explosive strength. No wonder he dared to approach lustful charm monster and wait for an opportunity to kill him. How are your injuries? Ruan Xianyu asked. I won't die, Yang Kai grinned. Your body isn't bad, Ruan Xianyu said, throwing him a flirtatious glance. This attitude seemed to make Yun Xian a little unhappy, and she gently pinched him. Yang Kai rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, Yesterday? Nothing happened yesterday, Yun Xian quickly interrupted him, trying to deceive herself. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before suddenly smiling. That's for the best. He had thought this woman would continue to pester him and cry, but she had actually acted so calmly and said she didn't want to mention yesterday's embarrassing incident again, which was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. Yesterday's scene was not something Yang Kai wanted to happen, but under the influence of the charm monster's soul poison, both of them had been unable to control themselves. In addition, Yang Kai had deliberately lured the charm monster to approach him, so he could only make the best of it. Dealing with an enemy like the charm monster, if he didn't allow her to approach him, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Hey! Ruan Xianyu immediately became unhappy and glared at Yang Kai. What do you mean nothing happened? Do you want to eat and not admit it? Yun Xian can say that, after all, her skin is thin. How can you just let it go? Then what do you want? Yang Kai smiled. The parties involved had already said they didn't want to talk about it anymore, so this Ruan Xianyu actually wanted to argue with him. Yang Kai was confused. Take responsibility, what else can I do? Ruan Xianyu snorted. Yun Xian's virginity that she maintained for nearly 30 years was ruined by you. If you don't take responsibility, who will? Yang Kai frowned and stared at Ruan Xianyu with interest. Didn't you have a bad relationship with her? How come you're standing on the same side now? Ruan Xianyu sneered. My relationship with her is none of your business. Now that we're both women, it's only right for me to help her seek justice from you. You're also a virgin, aren't you? Yang Kai grinned wickedly. Ruan Xianyu's face went stiff as she cursed, Bastard! What do you want to do? Ruan Xianyu asked ambiguously. Do you want to attack him at night? Don't talk nonsense. Yun Xian's face became even redder, involuntarily recalling the scene a few days ago, her heart trembling. Ruan Xianyu snorted disdainfully. After so many years of keeping yourself pure, now that you've broken that taboo, you can't help yourself, right? How could that be? Yun Xian whispered. He'll probably leave tomorrow. I just wanted to. Don't even think about it. A moment of spring is worth 1,000 gold. In any case, you've already taken advantage of him once. Doing it again won't be a big deal. Maybe he'll become infatuated with you and stay in the union forever. Ruan Xianyu pointed out Yun Xian's thoughts. Yun Xian really did think so. Although she said that Yang Kai could leave or stay, for this man who had violently taken her virginity, Yun Xian naturally hoped he would stay with her. After so many years, Yun Xian was tired and wanted to find someone to rely on, but no one had ever been able to enter her eyes. Tonight, she had only come here to try one last time, but now that she had run into Ruan Xianyu, she was suddenly at a loss. Ruan Xianyu carefully examined the room and found that Yang Kai's aura was stable. Obviously he was meditating, so she quickly signaled to Yun Xian, indicating that now was the best time to attack. Yun Xian was like a frightened rabbit, constantly shaking her head, her face filled with panic. She also couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. Obviously, she had been defiled unwillingly, but after the incident, she couldn't feel the slightest bit of resentment and instead felt somewhat attached to him. This made Yun Xian feel a little cheap. If you don't try tonight, I'm afraid you'll regret it for the rest of your life, Ruan Xianyu sighed. Even if you don't think about your own future, you should think about the union. This man has great potential and may become a pillar of our union in the future. Saying so, Ruan Xenu also became excited and grit her teeth. Are you going in or not? If you're not going in, I'm going in. What are you going in for? Yun Xian stared at her. Ruan Xenu played with a strand of hair behind her ear and said softly, he's not bad looking. If you don't want such a good helper, I want one. For my future, what's the big deal? In any case, I'm going to find a man to marry in the future. He's a good choice, although he's a little young, he's very mature. Yun Xian covered her mouth, dumbfounded, whispering softly, you're such a slut? Ruan Xenu blushed slightly. So what? Then are you going in or not? Yun Xian bit her thin lip, hesitating for a moment. Being bewitched by Ruan Xenu's soft and hard methods, she also began to waver. After thinking about it for a long time, she finally nodded gently, pushed open the door, and walked in. If I didn't force you, you wouldn't have been able to make up your mind, Ruan Xenu said triumphantly, quickly restraining her aura and perking up her ears to listen to the movements coming from inside the room. Inside the room, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and awoke from his meditation. Reaching out, he grabbed the person who had walked up to him and threw her onto the bed, his finger poking her chest as he stared at her coldly. He thought someone had come to attack him, but after seeing the face of the person beneath him, Yang Kai couldn't help being stunned. Why is it you? Yun Xian pretended to be calm, but her neck was flushed red. Not daring to look into Yang Kai's eyes, she simply turned her head away and bit her red lips, not saying a word, her eyes filled with lust and seduction. Yang Kai was stunned and thought for a moment before asking in shock, are you serious? Yun Xian, not resisting at all, allowing him to do whatever he wanted, made Yang Kai quickly realize the seriousness of the situation. Bright Thunder Spirit Religion Su Qi, a second-order transcendent, Profound Heaven Alliances with Xing, a third-order transcendent, War Spirit Temples Yao Di, a third-order transcendent. Yun Xian motioned to these people with her eyes and explained the backgrounds of several of them. I don't know much about the others, but I'm sure they aren't unknown masters. Yun Xian took a deep breath. They should have heard about the appearance of the coffin-carrying man and followed him here. Are they also interested in the compensation offered by the coffin-carrying man? Yang Kai was stunned. Several of these people were third-order transcendent masters, possessing extraordinary strength and status, so Yang Kai didn't think they would care about such trivial benefits. They really aren't interested in the compensation offered by the coffin-carrying man, but the coffin-carrying man himself is a huge secret. Everyone wants to uncover his origins and mysteries. So what they're interested in is the coffin-carrying man himself. Yang Kai nodded lightly, somewhat understanding. Ji Yen was still discussing with these people, his attitude respectful. Although he was the city lord of Raging Flame City under Bold Independent Union, he was only a first-order transcendent, so in front of these masters, he was still a little cautious. After a long discussion, Zhou Xing of Profound Heaven Alliance nodded. Since that's the case, we'll wait an hour. City Lord Ji, please make good use of this time. War Spirit Temples Yao Di also laughed strangely. The heavens are kind, naturally we won't go too far. City Lord Ji, you may go. Many thanks. Ji Yen was extremely grateful, quickly flying back and rushing into the city to make arrangements. There were many cultivators in Raging Flame City, most of whom weren't very strong, so once something happened here, they wouldn't be able to escape in time. After explaining the pros and cons of this situation, those who were willing to leave immediately left, those who weren't, Ji Yen couldn't do anything about it. Although he was the city lord, he couldn't order those who didn't belong to Bold Independent Union to do anything. An hour passed by quickly. With the coffin-carrying man at the center, the sky and the ground were surrounded by 3 layers of people. Everyone who stayed behind stared at the coffin-carrying man with burning eyes, as if he was a hot piece of meat in high demand. Ji Yen returned with a worried look on his face, but after glancing around at the situation he could only sigh helplessly and shake his head. He had done everything he could, so those who remained here definitely wouldn't leave, so there was nothing Ji Yen could do. Sister Yun, don't stray too far from me, although the coffin-carrying man won't attack anyone. As long as he appears, there will be great danger, Ji Yen said solemnly. Yun Xian nodded solemnly. Among the several dozen masters, Zuoxing suddenly stepped forward and stared at the coffin-carrying man, loudly declaring, "You've probably all heard of the legend of the coffin-carrying man, right? Haha, today's opportunity is right in front of you, you can't miss it." Chapter 639. Amidst the endless darkness, Yang Kai slowly woke up. Recalling the scene he had just encountered, Yang Kai's expression changed and he quickly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings, trying to figure out where he was now. However, his divine sense was only able to extend a few dozen meters before it was blocked by an invisible force. The place where he was now seemed to have a layer of enchantment that was imprisoning him. Reluctantly withdrawing his divine sense, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. An orange-yellow light entered his vision and he found that he was now imprisoned in a stone room. All around him were cold stone walls. At the top, there was a piece of stone the size of a goose egg that exuded a soft light, allowing his vision to remain unrestricted. Sitting down cross-legged and circulating his secret art, Yang Kai was surprised to find that he was unharmed. Not only was he unharmed, but his Yuan Qi also showed no signs of being imprisoned, causing him to relax. He knew that he had been captured by the coffin-carrying man, but this legendary Saint-grade master had not done anything to harm him, which made Yang Kai somewhat confused. Of so many people, why did the coffin-carrying man only target him? From beginning to end, Yang Kai had only used his divine sense once in front of everyone. Frowning and thinking about it, Yang Kai had some speculations in his heart, but he did not know if his speculations were correct. Sitting on the ground, Yang Kai adjusted his breathing while waiting quietly. He knew that since the coffin-carrying man did not imprison him or make things difficult for him, only capturing him, he must have some ulterior motive, and he would definitely appear again. Before he knew what the situation was, Yang Kai did not act rashly and chose to wait. Time passed slowly, and after a long time, a rustling sound came from afar. Yang Kai's eyes flew open as they glowed brightly. Coffin Slave Senior seems to have sent another person in. It is said that this guy is very young. I wonder if he has any ability. Who cares? I don't have any expectations. If he doesn't have any ability, once the 10-year time limit is up, he will die here. It has nothing to do with us. Yes, but Master Li seems to want to fulfill her ancestors' long-cherished wish. In comparison, Master Pai is more open-minded. Actually, there's nothing bad about staying here. Shoo, don't say too much. The walls have ears. If someone hears you, you'll be in trouble. The voices of the two men clearly entered Yang Kai's ears, causing his expression to become somewhat strange. He had thought that it would be the coffin-carrying man, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Not long after, a soft creaking sound came from the sealed stone room, and a stone door opened. Two men, one tall and one short, stood at the door, staring at Yang Kai with cold eyes. Sensing their auras, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He realized that the aura of these two people was very different from the auras he had encountered before. It was a little cold, sinister, and ruthless. Specifically, it was somewhat similar to the aura of the old demon, which was the same as his own aura after becoming the demon race. However, whether it was compared to the old demon or himself, their auras were very faint. Demonic chi? Yang Kai was surprised. Looking at their appearances, They seemed to be somewhat different from ordinary people. They had aquiline noses, long and narrow eyes. At a glance, one could tell that they were treacherous and sinister people. And on their faces, there were a few colorful patterns. Seeing these patterns, Yang Kai's expression became even stranger. Because if he became the demon race, his entire body, except for his face, would be covered by these patterns. Yang Kai clearly knew that these patterns contained a great amount of energy. Although he was thinking, his expression did not change. Below her, there were more people standing in 2 rows, quietly waiting for something. When they saw Yang Kai walk in, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up, and the beautiful woman's eyes flashed with expectation. Yang Kai secretly shook his head, puzzled. He did not see the coffin-carrying man here, which was very different from what he had expected. He had thought that the master mentioned by the 2 men who had escorted him here was the coffin-carrying man, but he had never imagined that it would be such a mature and dignified woman. Moreover, Yang Kai did not find any traces of lines on the bodies of the people in the hall. Standing next to the beautiful woman was a delicate and pretty young girl, wearing a light yellow dress, looking very beautiful. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, a pair of deep sapphire-like eyes stared at him and said to the beautiful woman beside her, "Master, this is the person that Coffin Slave Senior sent in this time." The beautiful woman gently nodded and opened her mouth. "I've troubled him again. Was Coffin Slave Senior injured this time?" Her voice was extremely gentle and pleasing to the ear. Just like her dignified appearance, she seemed to have a tranquil personality. The young girl shook her head. "It's just some superficial wounds. Those humans are too hateful." It was not convenient for Coffin Slave Senior to act, so they kept attacking. If not for that, with the strength of those people, Coffin Slave Senior could have easily killed them all. "Ha, it was us who dragged Coffin Slave Senior down," the beautiful woman sighed slightly. The people around her also kept shaking their heads, their expressions pained. The beautiful woman restrained her expression and stared at Yang Kai, asking, "Human, what is your name?" Yang Kai frowned, although he did not understand what had happened to him. Through his observations and the few words he had just heard, Yang Kai quickly realized who these people were. Narrowing his eyes, he hesitantly asked, "Demon race?" Only those from the demon race and the monster race would call themselves human. Moreover, these people all had demonic chi in their bodies, an energy that was not the same as Yuan chi. The beautiful woman's pretty face flashed a trace of surprise, as if she had not expected that the person who had been sent here this time would be able to see through their identity at a glance and not show the slightest panic. Coffin Slave Senior had sent some people here before, but most of them had knelt down and begged for mercy, some even crying, some even rebelling, but none of them had been as calm as this young man in front of her. "You really are from the demon race." Yang Kai observed their expressions and became more and more certain of his guess. "Is this the demon land? Why did you capture me? What are your intentions?" "Impudent!" The beautiful young girl could not help but shout, glaring at Yang Kai. "Answer my master's question properly. Don't ask any unnecessary questions. If you dare speak any more nonsense, I'll pull out your tongue." Yang Kai just chuckled. "What are you laughing at?" The young girl became even angrier, gnashing her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai. "Do you think I'm trying to scare you?" Yang Kai nodded gently. Enough." The beautiful woman stopped the young girl's nonsense and looked towards Yang Kai with interest. "You're not afraid at all." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "Why do you think Guan is trying to scare you?" "It's obvious." Yang Kai curled his lips. "Because when you captured me, not only did you not harm me, you also did not imprison my Yuan Qi and divine sense. When I arrived here, many of you showed expectant looks. I don't know what you were expecting, but I'm sure you had something to ask of me, and since you had something to ask of me, you wouldn't hurt me." Inside the hall, many people suddenly laughed meaningfully. The last time she came here, she had a long chat with Yang Kai, and although she was quite satisfied with his attitude, when Master Li heard that he had only just started learning alchemy, she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Of the dozen or so people with conflagrated knowledge Cs who had been captured before, there were also some who didn't know how to perform alchemy. As for those people, without exception, even if they were given 10 years, their achievements and attainments in alchemy would still be appalling to look at. So at that time, Master Li didn't have much expectation for Yang Kai, thinking he would be the same as those people before him. But now, after hearing Guan Er's evaluation, Master Li couldn't help feeling a little happy. This young man seemed to be very different from all the others before him. Master Li, if he continues to progress at this rate, within 10 years, he may be able to refine a saint-grade pill. The old man stroked his goatee and gently nodded. His wrinkled face was brimming with anticipation. His performance is very good, it is really reassuring, but now, there is a problem in front of us. The cold woman said. Hearing her say this, whether it was Master Li or the old man, all of them couldn't help feeling gloomy. What problem? Guan asked curiously. Looking at the faces of the three master, it seemed the problem was very serious. Master Li smiled bitterly and replied softly, "It's a matter of materials. Although the mysterious small world we live in is not small, the materials it produces are limited, and after so many years of collecting and using, the output is not as good as before. I don't know if the materials we have are enough to cultivate him into a saint-grade alchemist. If not," Guan suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. If this outsider wanted to grow, he would need to use a large number of herbs to practice his alchemy skills, as well as a wealth of experience and alchemy techniques. This was inevitable. The people of the demon race believed in their physical strength, and because of the demonic qi in their bodies, they basically didn't know how to perform alchemy. When they collected herbs, they just directly swallowed them, so the effect was minimal. In this regard, many people of the demon race were quite envious of humans who had the profession of alchemist, so they would spend a lot of money to buy pills from humans. Over the countless years, the people of the demon race who lived here had also eaten a lot of herbs. Although Master Li had deliberately cultivated some medicine fields, the amount of herbs produced still couldn't meet the needs. Then what do we do? Guan was a little flustered. Now that they had finally seen a little hope, if all their plans were to fail because of a lack of materials, it would be too much of a pity. Can we ask Coffin Slave Sr. to bring in some herbs from the outside world? Guan proposed. Yang Kai's expression shook as he picked up one of these containers and was about to use his yuan qi to break the seal on it when Guan Er's expression changed greatly and she shouted, "What are you doing?" Unsealing it and absorbing it, Yang Kai smiled brightly. "Are you crazy?" Guan was extremely nervous. The owners of each conflagrated knowledge see here are all transcendent realm masters. Their divine senses are far more powerful than yours. If you rashly absorb them, you'll only end up like my clansmen, burned to death. Don't joke around, okay? I'm not joking. Yang Kai shook his head. Don't you have a safer way? Guan asked anxiously. You said you wanted these conflagrated knowledge Cs yesterday, so Master Li thought you had a safe way to absorb them, so she decided to give them to you. If you do this, this is my method. If you don't want to die, stay away. Wait, I'll go report this to Master Li, wait for her to come. Guan said anxiously, hurriedly rushing out, apparently wanting to report this incident to Master Li so she could make a decision. Before Master Li arrives, don't act rashly. Just as she finished speaking, Guan noticed a hot aura that made her feel uneasy. This heat was not the heat of yuan qi, but rather a burning sensation from the depths of her soul. Under the influence of this heat, Guan felt as if her soul was being roasted, causing her unbearable pain. Her beautiful eyes trembling violently, Guan hurriedly rushed out, fearing that if she stayed any longer, her soul would be incinerated. Quickly turning her head, Guan saw that the entire stone room had become red and the surrounding space was filled with fire principles. Clusters of flame clouds visible to the naked eye were rapidly taking shape. These flame clouds not only contained conflagrated knowledge seas but also the will and consciousness of the dead cultivator, creating a chaotic scene. However, this terrifying heat didn't affect this human being in the slightest. He simply sat there with a look of enjoyment on his face, his expression excited. Suddenly, a crazy suction force emerged from his mind, and in just an instant, the conflagrated knowledge sea was completely swallowed up by him, disappearing without a trace. Guan was dumbfounded as she stared at this incredible scene, almost unable to breathe. The stone room returned to silence again, but Yang Kai wasn't satisfied. Instead, he began unlocking the seals on the rest of the artifacts. Guan'er's beautiful face suddenly went pale as she hurriedly cursed, "Madman!" immediately fleeing from this place without looking back. A single conflagrated knowledge sea was enough to make her feel like she was in danger, so if more than a dozen were to appear at once, she simply wouldn't be able to withstand them. A wave of heat rushed out from the stone room, causing Guan to tumble and almost fall to the ground. After she stabilized herself, many of her clansmen from Demon God Citadel rushed over. Li Rong also appeared in plain clothes and quickly asked, "What happened? Didn't I tell you to send him those conflagrated knowledge seas? How come all of these seals were suddenly unsealed?" "He unsealed them himself." Guan wanted to cry but had no tears, quickly explaining, "I wanted to stop him but couldn't. Does he want to die?" This time, even Li Rong couldn't remain calm, her tender body flickering as she rushed into the stone room. Although she had promised to give Yang Kai those conflagrated knowledge seas, she hadn't expected that Yang Kai, who had acted so confidently, would actually be a foolish boy who only knew how to act. How could he possibly survive after unsealing all of these seals? Looking over, Guan couldn't help gawking, because she found that the scorching heat she had felt a moment ago had completely disappeared. Not only was this human not injured, he was even sitting there with a look of joy on his face. The moment he noticed that Li Rong had sneaked in, Yang Kai had hidden the solitary golden eye and the five-colored soul-warming lotus. These were secrets he didn't want anyone to know. As long as Li Rong didn't deliberately pry, she wouldn't discover these two things. Hearing Yang Kai praise her so generously, Li Rong was obviously stunned and an unnatural look appeared on her pretty face. After all, she had sneaked in, so Yang Kai's praise made her feel a little guilty. "Really?" Li Rong bit her red lips and asked, unwilling to give up. Yang Kai firmly shook his head. Li Rong sighed and nodded, "All right, then I won't embarrass you any further, just be careful." Saying so, a tyrannical spiritual energy burst out from her soul avatar and wrapped around the dozen conflagrated knowledge seas flying back and forth. She didn't have any hostility in her actions. She just wanted to help Yang Kai as much as possible before leaving. Yang Kai was well aware of this and naturally didn't stop her. A shocking thing happened. When Li Rong's soul avatar burst out with power, the solitary golden eye hidden by Yang Kai actually revealed itself. Without Yang Kai's control, the solitary golden eye slowly opened. Endless majesty descended, and even someone as strong as Li Rong couldn't help trembling. Her soul avatar had the illusion that it was about to collapse at this moment. When the long and narrow golden eye appeared, the majesty it exuded was enough to make people want to worship it. The dozen or so unstable conflagrated knowledge seas also seemed to have encountered nemesis at this moment, and all of them quieted down, gathering together in an unusually quiet manner. Li Rong's eyes widened, and all that was left in her world was a dazzling golden light. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly, and he tried to communicate with the solitary golden eye, but he didn't get any response. A ray of golden light shot out from the solitary golden eye and illuminated the dozen or so conflagrated knowledge seas, purifying all the impurities contained within them. The power of the golden light didn't diminish, and it hit Li Rong's soul avatar. Yang Kai was dumbfounded and stood dumbfounded in place. Li Rong also remained motionless, her soul avatar gradually fading away and soon disappearing. When Li Rong's soul avatar disappeared, the solitary golden eye slowly closed again. Yang Kai stared at it in a daze, his expression ugly. After a while, Yang Kai cursed under his breath. He had no time to devour the dozen or so purified conflagrated knowledge seas and quickly sent his soul avatar out of his knowledge sea. Hurriedly opening his eyes, Yang Kai saw Li Rong sitting in front of him. At this moment, her eyes were wide open and she maintained a stiff posture. Her jade white finger was pressed against his forehead and her entire body was dripping with sweat, as if she had just encountered a nightmare. Her beautiful eyes were filled with horror and her pretty face was pale. Chapter 645. Li Rong spoke in a serious tone, her expression solemn. Although Yang Kai didn't know what swearing an oath in the name of great demon god meant to her, he could feel her sincerity from her tone and demeanor. Was she scared by the solitary golden eye? Otherwise, why would the master of Demon God Citadel suddenly change her attitude so much? Yang Kai frowned, unable to understand. However, this guess was somewhat ridiculous. Li Rong was a Saint Realm master, her courage couldn't possibly be so small. Gently nodding, Yang Kai smiled. Don't be so nervous, I believe you. Li Rong couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief, seemingly relaxing a bit, a moment later restoring her usual dignified demeanor and softly saying, I have seen your methods. Good, in the future, my Demon God Citadel will provide you with all the necessary support. You can rest assured that you can study alchemy here. There's no need for you to worry about anything else. Saying so, Li Rong waved her hand and lifted the barrier around the stone room before turning and walking out. After walking a short distance, she turned back and said, Right, if you feel bored here, you can ask Guan, or to take you out for a walk. No one in Demon God Citadel will restrict your freedom. And Yang Kai's eyes flashed. After Li Rong left, Yang Kai shook his head slightly. He was keenly aware that this woman's attitude towards him had changed somewhat, and although she tried to hide it, this change was clearly reflected in her demeanor and words. Unable to understand, Yang Kai didn't bother to think about it and continued to immerse himself in refining pills. Outside the stone room, Li Rong walked out and glanced back, a faint look of excitement on her face. Guan hurriedly rushed up and asked with concern, Master, is everything all right inside? It's fine, Li Rong gently shook her head and said, Take good care of him. Li Rong didn't say anything more, her tender body flickering and disappearing. After half a cup of tea's time, in the deepest secret chamber of the Demon God Citadel, the stone door opened and Li Rong hurried in. This secret chamber was covered with countless barriers and restrictions, and inside it were the most valuable treasures in the entire Demon God Citadel. Over the years, only the Lord of Demon God Citadel was qualified to enter. After Li Rong arrived, she walked to a corner with ease and took out a thick ancient book from a shelf. This ancient book had been neglected for a long time and was covered with a thick layer of dust. Li Rong seemed to be in a hurry and didn't care too much. She reached out and wiped the dust off before flipping through it. Not long later, Li Rong's beautiful eyes were fixed on a certain page of the ancient book. She stared at it in a daze, her breathing gradually quickened, and her face faintly became excited. After a long time, Li Rong closed the ancient book, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath, calming the excitement in her heart and thinking carefully for a long time. When she opened her eyes again, Li Rong calmed down again, as if she had made some kind of decision. Her beautiful eyes became deep as she put the ancient book back to its original place and quickly walked out. The next day, Yang Kai was in the middle of performing alchemy when the door to the stone room suddenly opened and, under the leadership of Guan, a large group of people from the demon race poured in. Yang Kai's expression changed, not knowing what had happened. but his yuan qi suddenly became unstable and the pill furnace in front of him suddenly burst into a black mist, completely destroying the herbs he was refining. Guan shouted and directed the people from the demon race to busy themselves in the stone room. Yang Kai watched for a while and his expression became strange. He found that these people hadn't come to find trouble with him but had instead brought a lot of things to decorate the stone room. If you dare tell anyone, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Pan Lang coldly snorted. Seeing Yang Kai remain silent, he thought Yang Kai was afraid of him, so he shook his head proudly. Human, I also heard that Master Li rewarded you with a lot of crystal stones. Obediently take them out if you don't want to suffer. Saying so, he stretched out his hand towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently nodded, slowly standing up and saying, I understand, you really are here to look for trouble. So what? Pan Lang sneered, you're just a human, what qualifications do you have to enjoy such treatment? I, Pan Lang, am the future pillar of Demon God Citadel, only I am qualified to enjoy it. With your little strength? Yang Kai shook his head and cracked his neck. Very well, I haven't fought for several months now. It's rare for someone to come knocking on my door and help me stretch my muscles. I can't waste your good intentions. Pan Lang's expression froze as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement, only recovering after a while. You want to fight us? Yang Kai nodded. The demon race cultivators seemed to have heard some kind of joke and burst into laughter, Pan Lang even laughing out loud, pointing to Yang Kai as he shouted to his clansmen. Did you hear that clearly? He actually wants to fight with us. Haha. A human actually wants to fight with our ancient demon clan. He really doesn't know the meaning of death. Let me teach him a lesson. Behind Pan Lang, a burly demon race cultivator stepped forward and said with a smile, humans have always been arrogant. They don't understand the situation in front of them. Then we'll teach him a lesson. Pan Lang's smile faded, his voice cold. Although Master Li had treated Yang Kai well, in the end he was still an outsider, and many of the human alchemists who had come here before had been taught a lesson by the demon race cultivators. Master Li had never asked about such matters, so as long as they weren't beaten to death, there wouldn't be any problems. So this time, they were fearless, thinking that Yang Kai was the same as those human alchemists from before. The burly demon race cultivator pointed to Yang Kai and curled his finger, contemptuously saying, I'll let you attack first. Then you won't have the chance. Yang Kai sneered. As soon as these words left his mouth, a loud bang rang out from inside the stone room and the burly demon race cultivator's body was sent flying backwards like a cannonball, directly hitting the stone wall a few dozen meters away, creating a large crater. The surrounding stone wall instantly began to crack like a spider web, the force of the rebound causing the demon race cultivator to fall to the ground and roll several times before coming to a stop. Pan Lang and the other demon race cultivators' eyes narrowed, the smiles on their faces instantly becoming stiff. When they turned to look at Yang Kai again, their expressions became dignified. The blow just now was not only fast, but also surprisingly powerful, almost comparable to the strength of their demon race cultivator. Seems you have some skill, Pan Lang said with a look of surprise, looking Yang Kai up and down, not at all worried about his companions. No wonder you're so arrogant. Not bad indeed. The others nodded in agreement. Yang Kai frowned, looking at the demon race cultivator that he had sent flying with a suspicious expression. He was well aware of the strength of his attack. With the cultivation of that demon race cultivator, he should have fainted on the spot after receiving such a blow. However, he suddenly discovered that this was not the case. The demon race cultivator that had been sent flying actually coughed a few times and stood up shakily, his expression faintly showing some pain, but also anger. How do you feel? Pan Lang asked. However, whether it was Pan Lang or the other demon race cultivators, at this moment, all of them wore looks of shock. They had never expected that this human cultivator's combat strength would be so high, and his bloody and direct fighting style was quite to their liking. Interesting, it seems we've all underestimated you. Pan Lang gently clapped his hands, but the one you defeated was the weakest one among us, you won't be so lucky next time. Saying so, Pan Lang motioned to another demon race cultivator, who immediately stepped forward. No need to go through so much trouble, all of you can just come at me together. Yang Kai shook his shoulders. For several months now, he had immersed himself in alchemy and hadn't fought with anyone, but now that he had a good fight, the fighting spirit in his body surged and his strength began to stir. He loved to fight. Especially when he fought with a strong opponent, this kind of feeling made him feel very comfortable. Pan Lang laughed loudly. We won't bully you like this. If it was a battle of life and death, then it would be a different matter, but this is just a lesson, there's no need for all of us to fight. Is that so? Yang Kai took a deep breath, no longer holding back his strength, fiercely bursting forth, his figure blurring as he rushed towards the group of demon race cultivators. The scorching hot yuan qi instantly enveloped them, and under Yang Kai's precise and subtle control, he simultaneously attacked the remaining 5 or 6 people. Pan Lang was furious. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. With an angry shout, demonic tattoos appeared on the necks of the 5 or 6 people, climbing up to their faces and covering their entire faces. Although their words sounded relaxed, Pan Lang and the others knew that Yang Kai wasn't easy to deal with. If they weren't careful, they could easily be knocked down by him, so when they attacked, they all used their full strength. What Pan Lang was most concerned about was that this human cultivator's yuan qi seemed to be able to restrain their demonic qi, allowing him to deal with his clansmen with twice the result with half the effort. A chaotic battle quickly unfolded, but Yang Kai wasn't afraid even though he was fighting one against many. Instead, he was filled with excitement and fighting spirit. He had been suppressing himself for far too long, so he felt that if he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to vent the boredom of the past few months, sooner or later he wouldn't be able to hold himself back and find someone to fight. The provocation of Pan Lang and the others was exactly what he wanted. A variety of exquisite martial skills were displayed inside the stone room, and Yang Kai thoroughly experienced the powerful combat strength of the ancient demon clan. As time passed by, the commotion gradually died down. When Guan pushed open the stone room's door, her pair of beautiful eyes shrank as she stared at the scene inside the stone room, dumbfounded for a moment. Over the past few months, Yang Kai had behaved quite well and didn't show any intention of escaping, so Guan naturally didn't need to monitor him all the time. Unexpectedly, such a big incident had occurred this time. 6 or 7 of her clansmen were lying on the ground miserably, and there were traces of battle everywhere in the stone room, as well as bloodstains. What happened? Guan called out in alarm and quickly rushed in to investigate the situation of her clansmen. After a quick examination, she found that all of them had suffered serious injuries, the worst of them having half of their bones broken. Even with the ancient demon clan's physique, it would take them at least half a year to fully recover from such an injury. The one with the lightest injuries had more than a dozen broken bones and his body was riddled with scars and wounds, making for a tragic sight. Panbo didn't say a word, his expression gloomy as he sneered. If Masterly continues to act so stubbornly, sooner or later she will lose the support of her clansmen. The others glanced at each other, although they could see the dissatisfaction in his heart, none of them said anything. Inside the stone room, as an invisible aura spread out from Yang Kai's body, he slowly opened his eyes. The yuan qi and physique in his body rejoiced. Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage. These past few months of immersing himself in alchemy, Yang Kai hadn't even noticed that his cultivation had reached the critical point of a breakthrough. During this time, through the solitary golden eye, Yang Kai had absorbed the insights and insights left behind by so many masters. It could be said that before he broke through to the Saint Realm, there would be no bottlenecks or shackles. As long as his own strength could keep up, he would be able to smoothly break through. If not for that battle, Yang Kai estimated that he would have broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage within a month at the latest. However, that dangerous and bloody battle had pushed his breakthrough forward by a month. Fighting really had its benefits. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai discovered that a large number of ancient Demon Clan clansmen had gathered outside the stone room, each of them giving off a dangerous aura as they stared at him. Inside the stone room, not far away, Guan was staring at him with a complicated expression, as if she was re-examining him, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. Seeing that Yang Kai had completed his breakthrough, Guan quickly ran over with a smile and circled around Yang Kai a few times, asking curiously, "How did you beat up Pan Lang and the others?" Yang Kai just chuckled but didn't answer. "Did you really do it alone?" Guan was surprised. "Who else could it be?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Are you really that strong?" "What? Do you think I'm weak?" "It's not that I think you're weak, it's just that I didn't expect you to be so strong. A human? How could your body be stronger than our clansmen's?" Saying so, she stretched out her small hand towards Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to touch him, but suddenly feeling embarrassed, she quickly withdrew her hand. "You seem to be taking pleasure in my misfortune?" Yang Kai looked at her meaningfully. "Do you have some kind of grudge with that Pan Lang?" "There's no grudge, I just feel that he's a bit annoying, always entangling with me. Now that you've injured him, I can relax for a while. From this point of view, I must thank you." "Outsider, you're in big trouble now." Yang Kai frowned as he stared out of the stone room thoughtfully. "You mean them?" Guan gently nodded. "They're all gathered outside right now, all of them wanting to drag you out and teach you a lesson. Even if you're strong, in front of so many of my clansmen, I'm afraid you're not strong enough." "I'll have to try to find out." "Tiskvi, you're really arrogant, I really have to hand it to you, you humans, each one of you speaks louder than the last." Guan smiled disdainfully, her expression becoming serious. "But you still have to be prepared. Right now Master Li and the other masters of the fort are discussing how to deal with this matter. If Master Li doesn't stand on your side, you'll be out of luck." Slyly winking at Yang Kai, Guan smiled and said, "Since you helped me teach Pan Lang a lesson, even if you're injured, I'll take good care of you." "Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Yang Kai grinned, "Because Master Li seems to be on my side, isn't that right, Master Li?" Saying so, he turned his head and looked to the side. Off to the side, the air distorted and Li Rong appeared. Hearing this, her pretty face couldn't help showing a trace of astonishment, but she soon shook her head helplessly and walked over. Chapter 649. Seeing Li Rong appear, Guan hurriedly saluted. The beautiful woman waved her hand slightly, indicating that she didn't need to care, walking over to Yang Kai and looking at him helplessly. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "Grievances must be repaid with grievances, enmity with enmity. It's only natural that your clansmen would be so agitated. Aren't you afraid?" Li Rong was surprised. She didn't see the slightest trace of fear on Yang Kai's face. "What's there to be afraid of?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "If Master Li wasn't prepared to intervene in this matter, you wouldn't have appeared in front of me. Since you've appeared now, it means you're prepared to deal with it. Naturally, I'm not afraid because Master Li seems to treat me particularly well." Li Rong's expression suddenly became a little unnatural, and Guan couldn't help covering her mouth as she stared blankly at Yang Kai. No one had ever dared to say such frivolous words in front of Master Li, but this human boy who didn't know the meaning of death had done so. Not only did he not provoke Master Li, she even seemed to acquiesce. "Can I ask why this is? What is so special about me that Master Li cares so much about me?" Yang Kai tilted his head and stared at the beautiful woman in front of him. Li Rong lightly coughed. I will not treat anyone who is sent here by Coffin Slave Senior unfairly, because perhaps one day that person will be able to help my clan out of this predicament. This statement was a bit self-deceiving, and even Guan understood it, so how could Yang Kai not? However, since Li Rong didn't want to say anything, Yang Kai didn't want to get to the bottom of it. Thinking about it carefully, it was after Li Rong saw the solitary golden eye in his knowledge see that her attitude towards him had changed. Although she had been friendly with him before, the relationship between them was only a cooperative one, but now it was different. From the way she took care of him, it was clear that Li Rong really cared about him. Yang Kai wasn't stupid enough to think that such a dignified and graceful woman would fall in love with him. She was a Saint Realm master who had lived who knew how many years. Love and affection in her eyes was nothing more than fleeting clouds. As for other reasons, Yang Kai could only explain it as the effect of the solitary golden eye. Yang Kai just couldn't understand why the solitary golden eye would cause her to change. But you're right, since I've appeared, I'll deal with this matter. You don't need to worry too much, I've already told to you. But remember, in the future, don't get into conflicts with my people for no reason. I can protect you once, but that doesn't mean I will condone your impudence. I never take the initiative to cause trouble. Yang Kai chuckled. This beautiful woman seemed to be deliberately covering up her loss of composure in front of him, her tone becoming much colder. That would be for the best. Li Rong nodded lightly, no longer saying anything, turning around and opening the stone door. A moment later, Yang Kai heard Li Rong reprimand the ancient demon clan members, and soon, the demon race members gathered outside the stone room scattered like birds and beasts. Guan spat out her tongue at Yang Kai, a look of admiration filling her face as she said, "You really have some skill, but your arrogance isn't proportional to your current strength. When you break through to the transcendent realm one day, it won't be too late to be so rampant." He, giggling, Guan also left. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Now that he was under the eaves, Yang Kai was also somewhat at a loss. He knew that in this damned place, besides a few people from the ancient demon clan who treated him fairly well, everyone else regarded him as an alien. If no one could protect him, he would die sooner or later. Such a small action had caused her to have an abnormal reaction. Check it out yourself. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he replied faintly. Han Fei was stunned for a moment before releasing her divine sense, but soon her pretty face became even more gloomy. Even Yang Kai was able to detect the abnormalities around the volcano, so how could Han Fei not notice? It was just that she hadn't been too vigilant just now and hadn't paid attention to the situation around her. We seem to be in trouble. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, his pair of sharp eyes scanning the surrounding area. Don't speak, I'll deal with it. Han Fei shouted, her beautiful eyes suddenly locking onto a certain position as she coldly shouted, Chu Jian, come out. A hearty laugh suddenly rang out as Chu Jian, who Yang Kai had met once before, revealed himself from his hidden position, staring towards Han Fei with a playful look, a trace of obscenity flashing across his eyes as he laughed. Commander Han Fei, what a coincidence, we actually meet here. Saying so, his narrow eyes swept over Yang Kai for a moment before quickly turning to stare at Han Fei, not putting Yang Kai in his eyes at all. Chu Jian, what are you doing here? Han Fei's voice was cold as she glared at the other party. The area around the volcano was a restricted area of the ancient demon clan. No one was willing to set foot here lightly. She didn't believe that Chu Jian had accidentally stumbled into her. While Chu Jian was speaking, a number of figures appeared one after another. These figures were all masters from Chu Jian's territory, all of them grinning as they stared towards the volcano, surrounding it. The other party had obviously come prepared, apparently having received news of their arrival and had set up an ambush here. I don't want to do anything. I just want to ask Commander Han Fei to allow me to take this human brat away. Chu Jian sneered, remaining calm and unruffled. Your courage isn't small. Han Fei's beautiful eyes flashed coldly as she angrily shouted, this alien is Master Li's honored guest and the hope of our ancient demon clan. Do you want to cut off our clan's hope? Chu Jian, don't continue to act like this. Just because Master Li is benevolent to you doesn't mean she will always indulge you. Master Li? Chu Jian coldly snorted, sooner or later, I will replace her and become the true master of Demon God Citadel. My ancient demon clan is a valiant clan. Even if we are imprisoned here, we shouldn't have fallen to the point where our fangs are ground down by the flowing time Great Emperor. Master Li is too soft-hearted and is not suitable to be in charge of Demon God Citadel. Chu Jian, am the most suitable candidate. All of Chu Jian's subordinates heard these words and their auras became violent and dangerous. Indeed, as he said, even if they had been imprisoned for countless years, the masters gathered under Chu Jian's command were still warlike. You're crazy.